things first, so I will do that. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
Tango Shalom is now available on all VOD
major platforms. I think we messed that up.
Video on demand, or as they say in the trade, VOD.
VOD.
Tango
Shalom is now available on all VOD platforms,
which means
video on demand.
Look how you know. You must be a high school graduate.
I'm a college graduate.
Really?
Yes.
I got an honorary degree from Hofstra. Did you get an honorary degree?
No, I got a degree.
Oh, well, I got honorary. You know, I'm in the Jewish Museum.
What for?
What do you mean? As a famous Jew in the Bronx. I'm in the famous...
I'm in the Prospect Park in the Stones.
How big is the stone?
Hello, and welcome to Midnight
number
Metal.
62. Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, yada, 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 whatever other names people want to hang on me, whatever, it's fine. Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is Midnight Metal, episode number 62. And before we get started, I just want to announce, I have a special announcement to make. I am starting a new show on the weekdays at 8 a.m. Pacific time. It is called The Hollywood Half and Half. It is a 30-minute live show where I'm just going to rip through what I think are the great entertainment news stories of the day, and then in and out, 30 minutes. You can still tip me, you can still send me questions, but I won't answer them until Robservations. So I'm going to get back to a regular Robservation schedule and start off your day right with the Hollywood Half and Half, because it's 30 minutes, it's half an hour, and I'll be enjoying a nice big cup of joe with my organic half and half as I pour it in. So join me 8 o'clock Monday morning for the Hollywood Half and Half. We'll see how it goes. And let me bring on, you know him, you love him, Lael Rockwell. I love saying Lael Rockwell. What a name. And of course, how are the two of you?
Hello, doing well. Good to be here with you guys. It's
Are you
Midnight
feeling
Metal.
fucking metal? You guys feeling fucking metal tonight? Because I'm feeling metal.
Yes, indeed.
All right. So let me ask you both. Any interesting things happen to you this week? Good stuff, bad stuff? Lael, did you get some figures in? I know stuff dropped. Did you see any movies, go to plays? What happened? Tell me what's going on.
Ladies
I finally started to post some videos on my new YouTube channel, Positive Fandom.
Why? You know what? Everyone, go subscribe right now. Positive Fandom. I love that your channel is called that. Spreading the positivity.
Yeah, I felt it was important, and it's fun to just stay positive about things and to look at stuff, focus on things that you like about particular IPs, even, when they're not perfect, which nothing is, and just to have fun with it. So, thank you for that.
Well, I have to give a shout out to both Lael and to Justin and to Will Foxworthy and Brendan and everyone. I've been loving doing these streams talking about toys, and of course, Az is our show with Az. We did another episode. I just love it. It's positive. It makes me feel good. I enjoy it, and I did finally get my data. Thank God.
You got it.
I got my data. I've been waiting. It was and it was a surprise because I kept getting delayed. It kept getting delayed. It kept getting delayed. Then miraculously, it shipped. I got a notice it was shipping. I didn't even know it had come in, so I was worried I wasn't going to get it. For those of you who don't know, the 12-inch data figure, the first release from Exo 6. Normally, I hadn't bought from them directly. I'll buy directly from them from now on. But it showed up, and then so that's good. So what about you, Lael? What happened? Good stuff this week?
I mean, besides the fact that
what's up with that? We won't. I was going to bring it up
in the chat. I'm rocking the cast, so we are dealing with a broken. It's not a broken finger. I can't remember what the name of the actual bone is, but it's here somewhere. So it's not broken, it's fractured, put it that way. So it's not a clean break. It's just a fractured bone. So hopefully only takes a few weeks to get the healing going. So, we'll get past that. But besides that, it's been a pretty interesting week, it's been pretty busy. Got a couple figures coming, not from Hot Toys though, a couple third-party figures. I have the Nightwing coming from So Toys, as well as I actually got a grill. Well, you can consider it sort of like a grill piece. Finally, I have my Quicksilver from So Toys. Actually, no, this one is not from So Toys. I believe this one is from Toys Era. That one is actually on its way. So. Yeah,
is that the Quicksilver? Is that the Evan Peters Quicksilver?
Yeah,
X-Men?
It's the Evan Peters.
Yeah, I want to pick that up. I do want to pick up the Hot Toys Quicksilver, though. I never got that.
That me neither. And that's the thing. Like, it's available. You can find it.
It's not even that expensive.
It's not expensive at all. So
because nobody cares.
Yeah, no. But I do want to pick it up because it was a pretty decent figure. So,
it was.
Yeah, I'm thinking about actually getting that, soon. But yeah, I have, those two on the way. Nothing really new in the Hot Toys zone right now, aside from Spider-Gwen, which I'm actually going to be doing a take a position on this weekend. So stay tuned for that. But nothing major. Me and myself and had we just basically did the Uncivilized Scoundrels last night, so it was pretty good. But yeah, I mean, nothing majorly new. I'm actually on the back seat right now because pretty much supporting Toya. Toya actually released her brand now. Yeah, so basically Coco Tulip is up and running. It's her website, so she released her fashion line. So I'm basically in full support of that. Did a photo shoot for her, this past week. So just been dealing with that. Yeah. So
she should come on Robservations and promote it.
Yeah.
I would love to have her on the show. I want to do more supporting female creators and their endeavors. I had, of course, Kathy Flan was on a couple weeks ago promoting her book, How to Survive a Human Attack. And, doing the Designing Hollywood podcast. I think it would be pretty cool to support a fashion line.
Yeah, she would love to.
And Coco Tulip is the coolest name ever.
Yes.
Is there merch? Can I get a Coco Tulip T-shirt like that says Coco Tulip on it?
She would definitely. I think that's what she's doing, and it works right now because a lot of it is just like fashion pieces, but she does have merch that she's going to be releasing, logo brand that she's going to be doing as well. So, yep.
Because I would wear a hat. Now I wouldn't want a trucker hat. I like regular, but really nice baseball hats.
Yeah.
It'd be great, but I don't know what the logo looks like. But it sounds like what a cool. I mean, Coco Tulip is such a great name. I can only imagine that you must have a killer logo.
Yeah, it is, and I'll actually send it to you. I'll send you a link that you can actually just take a look. But yeah, she's extremely excited about that.
Mm.
So yeah, we've been mainly focusing on that. But she would love to come on the show. She would
Yeah, I mean,
love
I
it.
think it'd be fun to do that,
Yeah,
and uh, I should hook her up with Marilyn Vance and Martika because
yeah,
they're connected into Hollywood, and if you could get Coco Tulip merch into a movie or TV show, that could be helpful.
yeah. She would love it. Oh my God, you would make her day. She would definitely
Yeah, I
love it.
mean, I can't promise, but I can definitely give them the
Yeah,
hookups because why not?
hell yeah, hell yeah. Why
That's
not?
you
Definitely
know,
why not?
the Coco Tulip is such a great name.
Yeah, it is.
So
The thing is, it was crazy because she was battling back and forth with the name. She was going to try to do another. It was another name that she was saying. I was like, no, stick to Coco Tulip because that is you. I mean that it's
she is
so
the Coco Tulip.
exactly. It's so synonymous of you, and that's your brand. It's the name you've been actually carrying, for so long. So she's definitely excited, and I told her like just to keep that, and run with it. So yeah, been pretty much helping her promote strong with that. So yeah, yeah, she's extremely excited about it. So
And how's your mom?
She's doing very well. She's enjoying actually being able to go places now. This is a new thing for her. This is going to be one of the first normal holidays that we're going to have in quite some time. And it's like I have my mother back because having her staying at home like that, it just was not good for her,
Yeah,
at
same with my mom
84.
too.
Yeah. So I'm just excited for her. And I actually took her to a store to go shopping. This is to get clothing, and we got to look at jewelry and things. And, she's excited for the holidays. It's nothing like last year where we were just inside, and it was just, she's back. Mummy is back.
Nice. Well,
yeah,
that's good.
Thank you for asking.
Of course. Well, so kids, today, topic at hand. Today was a big day, Disney Plus Day. I mean, it's like what I find so interesting is, yeah, are we going to celebrate these shamelessly commercial days for these multinational corporations that are taking our money and making all this stuff? I mean, is it silly to support Disney in such a way? Probably. But still, come on. I mean, Star Wars, MCU, they announced a goddamn Marvel X-Men 1997 cartoon. I mean,
yes,
are you kidding me?
yeah,
In the annals of I never thought I'd see that. They're going to do a revival of the X-Men cartoon
yeah,
from the 90s.
And
yeah.
they're going to bring back the original voice actors from the 90s program as well.
I'm just
Mhm.
like what? I mean, and
Yep.
if you think about all of the different X-Men storylines, because they did a pretty good job in the
Yeah,
X-Men 90s show of
yes, they did.
touching upon a lot of the classic X-Men storylines.
Hmm.
But
Yes.
Hmm.
since then, the idea of Utopia, the whole Jonathan Hickman. I don't know if they're ever going to go into that area, but the X-Men have 25 more years of history, and some of that stuff. I mean, the X-Men versus the Avengers, and then
Hmm.
that the Utopia Island that was off San Francisco, and all of the. I'm thinking to myself, wow,
Hmm.
how cool. I mean, to me, that's the kind of thing that I love seeing Disney do, because it's sort of
Yeah,
it's out of left field yet also feels so right.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that's the way that the fact that they'll probably, I hope they keep the animation style maybe updated a little bit, but keep the character
Mhm.
designs and
Keep
make
the
it
Right.
look
character
like it's a
design.
continuation of that show.
Yeah.
And
Right.
they've
It
got to
makes
keep.
so much sense because there was, especially considering where they left off.
Hmm.
With the actual version, like, it wasn't a series that was completed at that time. You know what I
No.
mean? It was where they left off, and they have so much room and space to kind of breathe now. And because the simple fact that right now it's that I mean, it is a cult classic for a lot of people who, you know, grew up on the X-Men. Because when you hear, like, when people talk about the X-Men and they talk about, like, just not just the comics and the lore, but when they talk about shows, they always go back to the 97 version. You know what I mean? They always go back, basically to when it was originally released and the lore and what they got from it. So I'm like, yo, like, if you have a fan base and you have people who follow it, then yeah, I mean, by all means do it, because it's a smart decision. I think it's a smart move on their behalf.
I mean, even if they keep, I wouldn't mind if they updated the music maybe a little, but they've got to keep the
Yeah, they have to. They have to.
I
They
mean,
have to.
I mean, they've got to keep all that. You know, if you're gonna do it, you got to go all the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, you got to. But I thought that for all of our cynical times that we live in and all the fan bitching that happens, when somebody announces something like this, you can't help but smile, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I know they suck you back in and all that. You can be as cynical as you want about all this stuff, and I hope the writing staff is great. I hope they touch upon those great X-Men storylines like they did in the original series. You know, Bryan Singer, when he was making the first X-Men movie, he'd never read the comics. He watched the 92 animated series, and that's how he learned about X-Men.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good choice to do that because they did cover those major storylines that were in the movies.
Yeah. At least he looked at somewhat source material.
I mean, I'd love them to adapt the God Loves Man Kills graphic novel. You know, I mean, I would love to see that even as a mini series. I don't know if they didn't do that, did they? I don't think they did because it was a little harsh.
They did.
But it would be pretty cool if they did. Yeah, you know, and that. Because I've got like, and now that they also own the Avengers, they could do that X-Men versus the Avengers storyline.
Yes, they could.
I mean, and get the fucking voice actors from the MCU to do the. I mean, there's so many interesting things they can do now that everything's under one roof. So and they can just have crossover stories with various other characters outside of the purview of the X-Men, because I don't think they couldn't do that in the original X-Men series. They could only touch on X-Men. They couldn't go outside into the greater Marvel universe, but now they can.
Yeah. Now they have the space to play around with.
Yeah,
which is because they have the IPs now, so it's all under one wheelhouse, so they can expand. So that makes sense.
So they announced a couple other things. Obviously, I have to say, everyone knows I'm a monstrous Moon Knight fan. And we got our first glimpse of it. It was hard to tell. It was like 35 seconds of footage. There really wasn't a whole lot there. I will say this, though. I was saying this earlier. I was a little surprised by Oscar Isaac's voice. You know, I never read, when I was reading, I fell in love with Moon Knight in the early 80s, the Bill Sienkiewicz, Doug Mensch run, issues 1 through 30, where they introduced things like Morbius and Werewolf by Night. So there was a supernatural element. He was not the schizophrenic that he is now. The mental problems were not. But I thought the accent was a little odd. I mean, obviously, I love Oscar Isaac. I love the casting, but it was interesting. So people have been asking me all day, Rob, what'd you think? I'm like, well, it's hard to tell. I mean, it didn't touch on any of the Moon Knight elements that I loved. You know, when I read Moon Knight, he was basically Marvel's Batman, but he had alter egos. Like Jake Lockley was this cab driver, and he would drive the cab to keep his nose to the grindstone. And then he had Stephen Grant, who was this millionaire playboy like Bruce Wayne. And then there was Mark Spector, the mercenary, and that was who he really was. And then, of course, Moon Knight, and he was the agent of Khonshu, the Egyptian god of the moon. And he had Marlene, his girlfriend, and Frenchie, his sort of manservant, but also his good friend. It was sort of his Alfred, but his Frenchie was more like the Alfred of the current DC universe, the Jeremy Irons character and things like that. So it was interesting to see. I mean, the jury's out for me. I've got to wait and see more of it. But what did you guys think?
I loved it. I mean, granted, it was just a snippet. It wasn't something that, it wasn't a full fleshed out trailer. It was just something so you can breathe on. You can say, okay, wow, like we are getting it. It's happening. Like, you know what I mean? It is something. And the thing is, I have full, like you, when I heard it, I was like, okay, all right. It's he only said a few words. I'm like, it is an odd choice, but listening to him, but then listening to the voiceovers, I was like, okay, yeah, they are going to go for that element. They are going to go for the different personalities. I'm glad that they're going to do that. And then the one scene, if you saw it, it was real quick. I think it was more towards when they got, because they were showing all the different trailers and all the different snippets. But the one scene when I guess he was in the street and his eyes were completely white. I was like, yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about. Give me that. Do not change that aspect. Give me the full fleshed out, all white eyes. I don't want it as part of his costume. No, give me the all white eyes, the all white pupils. Give me that. And he basically wakes up as if he didn't know what happened in the middle of the street, as if he was possessed. So give me that. But yeah, it is going to be extremely interested in, to see how they play with it, because like I said, there's so many different aspects that they can go with it. The Wraith, there's different things that he can actually do with the character. So I'm hoping they stay true, but it's Oscar Isaac, so I have confidence in what he's going to pull off. So I can't wait. It's Moon Knight, bro. The thing is, it was Rob, literally, bro, when I saw it this morning, bro, I was like, I'm watching that, and I'm actually, with a client, and I'm like, yo, I just want to call Rob, right?
Dude, it's funny. When I was in high school, my senior year in high school, I was writing a Moon Knight screenplay. It was the first screenplay I ever really wrote, and it was an amalgamation of the Moon Knight origin as depicted in like Moon Knight 1. And then the bulk of it was Moon Knight 25, which was a double issue about the Black Spectre. And in that storyline, there's a mayoral candidate, the guy running for the mayor of New York, who has become the anti-Moon Knight. His alter ego is the Black Spectre, and he's taking over the New York underworld as basically as a villain character, and he's discrediting Moon Knight at the same time. And that was the movie I wanted to see made. So you'd have he was a mercenary in Egypt, plundering tombs and fighting and as a gun for hire, but then he goes into a pyramid and finds the ghost of Khonshu that possesses him, and he becomes the Moon Knight we know. And then I was combining it with the script was not good. But it was interesting because it was the first time. I was 16, 17 years old when I started it, and it was the first time I was playing with screenplay form. So I didn't know really how to write a screenplay. And it was more of an exercise than anything else. But I did dream of one day making a Moon Knight movie, back in 1983, 84. So, and now to see it, here we are in 2022 that we're finally going to get a Moon Knight series. It's kind of neat.
They need to bring you on as a consultant.
Yeah, I wish I had that kind of a career, but no, I think Kevin Feige and company they'll be doing all right. But it's going to be interesting to see where they're going. So, do you have any attachment to Moon Knight at all?
Not as much as you and Lael, but I was surprised to hear the accent. So I had to actually go and look it up and figure out why he had an accent, because I wasn't expecting that either. But it looks fantastic, and I think it's going to be really, really good to see this. As you said, Oscar Isaac, and we just saw him in Dune play a phenomenal role. I'm hoping that, he carries some of that momentum, forward into, or I guess he's already done it, into Moon Knight, and we get to see an incredible performance, something that we've never seen before.
No. Yeah. I mean, he's an incredible, if you haven't seen a movie called A Most Violent Year, he's incredible about the New York garbage strike. And he's incredible in that movie. And also in the Coen brothers film, it's Inside Llewyn Davis. I love that movie too, where he basically plays a 60s folk singer. And it's he's an incredible actor. And so I'm excited. We got a lot of other stuff. I mean, they announced the Agatha Harkness series, Agatha House of Harkness. I mean, we didn't really see anything from that, but I'm kind of excited for that because, again, they're delving in. Moon Knight is a character that has dabbled in the supernatural, and the fact that I would imagine that it wouldn't surprise me to see Mahershala Ali introduced in Moon Knight as Blade. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously we heard his voice at the end of Eternals because the ebony blade is cursed. Yes, and Blade's like it has ties to Blade. There's a lot of deep cut Marvel supernatural mythology surrounding that Blade.
Yeah.
And Dane Whitman and the Black Knight, and I can't wait for that. And in Moon Knight, Moon Knight, there was Morbius, there was the Werewolf by Night. Obviously, Moon Knight got his start in Werewolf by Night, in Hulk, but I'm very excited. And the idea that Agatha Harkness is, again, she's hundreds of years old. Is she immortal? They're going to delve into the the sorcery part of the
Yeah.
Marvel Cinematic Universe. So, and I like Catherine Hahn. I mean, I think She-Hulk's supposed to be an outright comedy series. We saw a little bit of that, and she name checked, or she used the tagline from the original
From the
70s,
original, yeah.
the 70s, 80s
You
series.
wouldn't like me if I'm angry.
You wouldn't like it. So good. So
Yeah. Because if you even see like how they did it, once they got to that particular part, they even had the same like cinematography effects that we got from that era. Like it was, and if you saw Bruce, he had on the same flannel shirt. Well, it was, what was surprising, because back then we had David Banner.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and I was always wondering, like, why did they go with that name choice? But it was so what I discovered was back then they hadn't really got. So what happened was when it was originally released, they didn't get. It was down to the last minute that they didn't actually get full rights to actually shoot it or to have the show. So they went with David Banner as a alternative to the name. Once they got approval for it, it was too late because they had already shot the pilot. The pilot was was greenlit, and then they started consistently shooting like the shows and stuff like that. So it was really and the thing is, it was crazy because I keep forgetting his name. The actor around that time.
Bill
What was his
Bixby.
name?
Well, I
Bill
remember
Bixby.
Lou Ferrigno, but I don't
Well,
remember.
Lou
Bill
Ferrigno
Bixby
was
was
the Hulk, but
yeah.
Bill Bixby played, just David
Right.
Banner. And
Right.
then, like, once we got like into like the series itself, like I think it was like either the second or third season, it was a point where Bill Bixby couldn't do it, and we would actually see like different scenes where they were like the detective would try to find him, and you would only see the transformation, but you would never see his face. You know what I mean? So it was so like that. I mean, the show itself, I mean, as crazy as zany as it was amazing, and I loved it. So to see them use that same, filter that they used then, it was incredible. I loved it.
Yeah, and
I
also,
love
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I love how in the original series he always had to kind of like find clothes after the transformation back. And he'd always go for, because in our time, like I do remember, people using clothing lines to dry clothes off with. So, he would always grab something off of some clothing line, of somebody's, and kind of like do a, does anybody see me, and just grab a pair of jeans and a t-shirt.
Yeah, no, it looked good. I mean, I thought it looked good, and the fact that they have Professor Hulk back in his Hot Toys costume.
Right.
I wasn't going to get Professor Hulk, but I guess now I have to. Why not?
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. I mean, it's exciting that they're going to do that. Tim Roth's coming back as the Abomination. Mark Ruffalo's playing, obviously, Bruce Banner, the Hulk. So I'm sure
he got his arm back. You saw that, right?
Yeah, I did see that. He got his arm back, and also, what was I was just gonna say. I just lost my train of thought about. Well, I've heard that this show is supposed to be very meta, more like the John Byrne run on She-Hulk. Yeah. And I know that I'd heard that they were shooting it at Marvel, like in the Marvel offices as Marvel.
Oh, okay.
So, like, somehow I don't know if that's true or what that means. I don't know. But if they do it like the Byrne run and it's totally meta, it could be very interesting. Yeah. I don't know how that would work within the MCU, but, we're getting that. They also showed us a bit of Miss Marvel. Kamala Khan, the first Muslim superhero in the and I was surprised. You saw the call to prayer. Yes, in the trailer, which I thought was, so they're not shying away from her Islamic background, and I think that was great.
Yeah, that was great. That was
really cool. And we'll see how that goes. I mean, I think when they talk about things like representation, you've got 1 billion people, 1.5 billion people who are part of the Islamic faith. So I think it's important. I think this is and it's baked into her character. So she looks adorable, and it'll be interesting to see where they go with this character, because she's also going to be in the next Captain Marvel film.
Yeah,
she's a beautiful young woman, and 16-year-old girl, really. And I hope that they give her something that isn't too dark, like in regards to what she has to deal with in this story. I just hope that they keep it authentic to what this young girl would be like, and we don't see anything too outside of the box with her.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I'm looking. Look, I'm actually looking forward to it because, I think one of the things that they're bringing us Miss Marvel. They're also bringing us Riri Williams, Ironheart. They announced that
Yes,
that's
yes, they
happening.
did.
And a young girl, girl of color taking over. I mean, not necessarily replacing Tony Stark, maybe succeeding Tony Stark. But
Hmm.
again, they're delving into the Marvel comics
Hmm.
themselves. And I,
Yes.
and look, I'm sure we're going to spend the next 2 or 3 weeks listening to outrage videos on YouTube talking about
Oh yeah,
how,
yeah.
but
I
it
expect
is,
that.
I mean, I do like the fact that, again, they're delving into these comics. I
Yeah.
don't fear any of this. It doesn't bother me at all. As long as the shows provide us great characters, and if they're well written, great. I have no problem with
And
that.
and
Yeah.
honestly, I am, when I've heard about Miss, to be honest with you, I don't know how to say this correctly, but Miss Marvel is one of the characters that I'm looking most forward to.
Now, why is that?
Um, I just like this character. I think that she kind of reflects, she's not a New Yorker, but let's just say somebody who lives in this area in an area that I'm very familiar with, and I want to see some of those nuances, and
Sure.
I think it's great to have someone like that, or a character that's in Jersey City, let's say in the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut
Mhm.
metro area. I can imagine that character because this is where I live, and I've seen so many young girls, and I'm hoping that this is going to be, a teenage girl in high school that I could see every day in my
Mhm.
life. And I'm so curious as to how things are going to play out for her, but also very excited. And I want to see that culture part of her. I want to see her challenges, and I want it to be enjoyable. And I really want them to do right by her. I want this
Yeah.
character to shine, and I'm hoping that whatever they have planned for her is going to be amazing. And the picture that they chose, or one of the photographs that they chose for her, was, in my opinion, wasn't one of the greatest. And someone was mentioning that might be her doing cosplay, since she's such a big fan of Captain Marvel.
Yeah, that's not
Um,
the actual costume. We
right, exactly.
it's
And
not the actual uniform.
so there has been a lot of criticism about that, but she's a beautiful young woman, the
Mhm.
actress,
Yeah.
and I'm just hoping for the best for this particular
Mm.
character,
Yeah.
going forward. So
Yeah, I can't wait for it. I think the thing is it's again, I'm glad that Marvel isn't shying away from it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm glad that they're not shying away from, these type of shows. And the feel of it, just the history behind it. And also, like I said, I mean, we're living in modern times, like where religion is basically the backbone of a lot that's going on, not just throughout society now, but even culturally, and it's a part of one's culture, so to shy away from that, and to know the lore of the character, would be of a disservice. So I'm glad that they're actually doing it. I mean, we know that there's going to be those particular conversations, when it comes to her character, when it comes to religion. Some people would say, well, Marvel needs to keep religion outside of Marvel itself, just focus on. Nah, because the thing is, this is, that wasn't originally even Stan Lee's intent. You know what I mean? So, I think that, if he were alive right now, he would be very proud of the simple fact that they're going this route, very proud that they're taking an IP like Ironheart, a woman of color. You know what I mean? Not just a someone of color, but a black woman, who's actually is highly intelligent, one of the most intelligent women in the MCU. As a character, and they're allowing that, to take shape and have space. I'm so happy for that. I'm glad to see that this transition is bringing something new and fresh. I don't. My thing is like I don't know why we have to have the pushback in those type of conversations. That's the thing that kind of I feel bad about. You know what I mean? So I want. I mean, I think we should all support change and things that are completely different. You know what I mean? And something that's new and fresh. This is what we've been asking for, and I think that they're prepping it quite well. So I'm so excited. Even with the history behind Moon Knight, you know what I mean, and dealing with someone who has mental challenges, and also there's religious preferences even in that show.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they are tackling those things. So you know what I mean.
Well, speaking of that, they're going to do an Echo series, and
Yes.
I really dig the character. I've always dug the
Yes.
character of Echo, and Alakwa Cox is going to play Maya Lopez,
Yes.
and she's of course a deaf Native American hero who will get her
Yes.
own Disney Plus series. But I Echo's a badass,
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, he is.
and that excites me. Again, for me,
Super excited for that, bro.
yeah, and for me, it just comes down to great characters and great stories.
And execution, exactly.
Yes, and how they're done. And we're going to get a lot of these. It's phase 4 and phase 5 is the MCU and all this. And I'm like, but I to me, like, I don't care if the characters are great and the stories are great. Bring it on. I mean, bring on. When I think about storytelling and diversity, I think about different kinds of stories. They can all be great as long as the stories are great and the characters are well written. I'm there for that. I did not watch Ally McBeal because Callista Flockhart started, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch a show about a girl. Like, it was good when I mean, it was not always good, but when it was good, it was good.
And they also need to go in new directions. I think this is, something that had to be done. It's not that our characters that we know and love aren't fantastic, but there has to be some sort of, new feeling and new direction if they want to survive. And I think that this is the right way to go. And we don't know what the outcome is going to be. We don't even know. We don't know. They know because they've written this stuff, 5 years ahead, more or less.
Right, yeah.
So, but I'm hoping that it just expands in a way that we haven't seen before. And we are seeing things that we couldn't have anticipated. And that's what I really was hoping for.
Yeah.
Well, for those purists, we got Secret Invasion announced.
Yes.
We've got Ben Mendelsohn coming back as Talos, and we've got a very scruffy looking Nick Fury,
Jackson,
obviously a little beleaguered,
Yeah.
probably on the run again. I love the Secret Invasion storyline. I mean, maybe some people think it went too far. Like, oh my God, I can't believe like Elektra was a Skrull or whatever. I mean, I'm like, I'm in. And a lot of people. I actually liked the portrayal of the Skrulls in Captain Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
I really did. I mean, they were sympathetic. Now that doesn't mean there's other Skrulls out there that aren't.
Exactly.
And I'm like, so we get sympathetic Skrulls. I like those characters, and I bought into that, and I thought it was kind of moving. I
They
think
needed
that's
to make them dynamic. They couldn't sort of be everyone is against, or they don't have any individual thought or feeling.
no, and the look. I fantasize about one day seeing the Kree Skrull War depicted in all of its glory on screen.
Yes.
I know people are like, "What?" Trust me. Hang on. Where is it? Avengers. What? It's. Do I have it here somewhere? Hang on. Dark Avengers. No, it's behind me. I can't. There's things to. But I have that hardcover.
Yeah, definitely. You got, bro. I want to see that. I want to see a Super Scroll on screen.
Dude, come on now. You got to see it.
Super Scroll.
I mean, this is all the Super Skrulls, the Kree Skrull War. I mean, this is 70s, 80s, Bronze Age classic. I mean, the fact that we're getting Secret Invasion. And what's interesting to me, there was one Sunday, I had bought, there were 3 Captain America omnibuses I had, beginning with Brubaker's Winter Soldier run. Mm-hmm. And that went into the Secret Invasion storylines. Yeah. And I spent probably 10 hours, and I read 3 Captain America omnibuses. I read Ed Brubaker's entire run on the character, and it was great. Sharon Carter. It was awesome, and what a way to spend a Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about that the show that we're seeing so far, like when we talked about how the Skrulls were portrayed in Captain Marvel. the beauty of that is that now we are getting Secret Invasion. And just imagine, just that narrative. Just imagine,
Yeah.
if you are Nick Fury and you see something like this take shape, it's like, okay, now what wedge would that draw between him and Talos? You know what I mean? Like, now is, can he trust Talos? You know what I mean? So it's so many possibilities now. It's like, yo, I cannot wait to see it. I hope we finally get Spider-Woman on screen. I hope we do.
I
We
think
need
that
her.
I think that's coming. You know what, dude? I got 2 words for you about Spider-Woman. Hot toy.
Hell yeah, bro. You already
Come
know that,
on,
right?
dude. You
Hell
tell
yeah.
me how quickly you would bust on a
Bro,
Spider-Woman hot
oh
toy.
my God.
Come on now.
Bro. Give me that. Now the thing is though, because they have changed her costume, they changed everything up in the comics, so there's a different iteration. Give
I
us the
want the
original
classic
costume. The
Spider-Woman.
classic Spider-Woman, bro. Give us that. That's what we can take all day.
I want it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now they announced, I mean, I guess you knew this was coming after What If, a Marvel Zombies animated show.
Hell yeah, we knew that was coming.
I mean,
I love anything zombies. Anything zombies, anything like Walking Dead, like when they did the What If episode with zombies, anything zombies I love. I cannot wait for this.
I I've got the omnibus. It's goofy but fun. It's I'll watch. It'll
Yeah.
it's good. And then of course an I Am Groot series, shorts about Groot's
That's gonna be
early
cute.
life. That'll be, I'm
Yeah,
sure it'll be cute. We got What If season 2. We've got the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special coming, which will
That's
be
long overdue, right, guys?
yeah. I guess that's Christmas of 2022. I would imagine that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
And then, of course, a new animated Spider-Man series, Spider-Man Freshman Year.
Freshman year, yeah.
Early comic book roots on. I guess that's cool. I don't know.
We'll see. We'll see how it plays.
Yeah, it's. Let's see what else we covered. I think that's. I think that's all the MCU stuff. Now let me ask you both. Here's my philosophical question. Hearing what we know, what we're getting, seeing where Phase 4 has started and how it's shaping up, and now these are more Disney Plus series. They're not movies they were talking about. They're talking about Disney Plus series. How do you both feel about, a lot of people, there's a lot of fan backlash and a lot of shade being thrown from all quarters at Marvel post Infinity Saga, post Spider-Man Far From Home, that everything after Far From Home, beginning with Black Widow and beginning with WandaVision and Falcon, that all of this stuff is not what it's supposed to be, or it's not as good, or whatever. How do you both feel about the MCU now and moving forward? What are your thoughts?
So it's interesting that you asked that question, because I look at the last 12 years of what we've actually seen.
And when you think about that, dude, isn't it astonishing that we have 12 years and 23
12 years? 12 years. Like the last 12 years of what we've actually seen from the MCU, we couldn't even have imagined that we would actually even seen 12 years strong of material leading up to such an event, and how well orchestrated it was. When they actually, starting with, Iron Man, and, even before that, just starting with, that IP and where they actually took it, we were conditioned, as average fans and, new fans, we were conditioned to follow that journey and to follow those pieces of the puzzle that would finally fit in this last hurrah. So the thing is, if you're, and it can be divisive, because even some, you would even hear this from some, diehard comic book fans. You know what I mean? For me, I like the next phase, because I like the simple fact that it's setting up something that's completely new.
Yeah.
And we're not just following the other characters. Now, they never said it's never say never that we won't see those characters back. Never say never that we won't see Cap back in uniform. Never say never that we won't actually see. Now, Robert Downey Jr., you never know. You never know how that can actually go. You never know, but I love the simple fact that we are going in a totally different direction. And to be completely honest, it's staying true to what we've actually seen in comics and the transitions that they've actually made.
Right. That's
And
the especially like with
Yeah.
Sam Wilson as Captain America.
Exactly.
I mean, that costume he's sporting is right off that great cover.
Exactly.
When they first reveal, I love that costume.
Exactly. I love the costume. So here's the interesting part though, because when I said this before, and a lot of people looked at me like I was crazy, but I'm like, it's in the comics, so you have to understand.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if in Armor Wars, if we don't actually see Carol Danvers in that show. And the reason why I basically say that is her and Rhodey were in love in the books. They were an item. They basically were together in the books. So it is a possibility that you could see something like that. But I like the new direction. I like where they're actually going. I like what they're doing to say. And it's not being a Marvel shield. It's just like I want to see something new. And I think that what they're doing is they're prepping for something like that. My thing is, it's like the biggest argument is that, again, we have people who have asked for something new. They didn't want to follow the same Marvel formula. And as we said before, it's like, okay, now you're getting something brand new. You're getting something completely different. And you're pushing back on it. So like you gotta kind of make up your mind. Like, do you want different or do you want the same formula? So that's the part of it, I guess, that doesn't really make sense to me, but it's to be expected because again, some people like different, some people don't. And that's fine. That's completely because there's space for both arguments, but I'm excited.
Okay. I'm gonna lay something on you. They have to introduce the X-Men in the Marvel universe. At some point. Mm-hmm. And I maintain here's my intro. Mm-hmm. Here's my intro to the X-Men in the Marvel universe. I'm going to lay it on you. At the end, the post-credit scene of Marvel's, the next Captain Marvel movie.
Yeah.
I want the post-credit scene to be in New York. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, not Miss Marvel, but Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel is there, and fucking Rogue shows up.
Yeah.
And steals her powers right out of Avengers Annual 10, which is one of my favorite comics of all time, and throws her into the East River.
Exactly. I was just talking about this on Midnight Edge today.
Cut to black.
To black.
And so,
that crowd would go nuts,
dude.
bro.
If they did that, and that's the first time you see an X-Man, and then Rogue was a villain. Yes. I mean, that was that issue, Avengers Annual 10, written by Chris Claremont, drawn by Michael Golden, one of my favorite comic books ever.
Of
and
all time.
and she just steals Captain Marvel's power and throws her in the river. Cut to black. Talk about a cliffhanger, man.
Yes.
I was speaking to Tom and Andre, and I had said, I wonder if they're ever going to feature her as a main character in one of the films. And that entire scenario was discussed because it's so cool. Yep. Who doesn't want to see this? And Rogue has always been one of my. Magneto is always going to be my favorite X-Men, but Rogue definitely comes in a close second. I think that her abilities are unmatched by anyone else's, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what she can do. I mean, I think historically in the films they did a good job of showing her versatility.
Yeah.
But she has so much more to offer, and I want to see her go crazy. I just want to see her run the show because she can.
Oh,
and that's the thing that really upset me is that they dwarfed her in the films. Like they just didn't show her capabilities and how powerful she really, really is as a character. Now I understand.
That's why if she took Captain Marvel's powers, I mean,
you know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
And and she just pushes her off that bridge.
Yes.
And that's it. And that's it. Like, give us that, because the thing is, we want to see the Rogue of old. We want to see that version. You know what I mean? I do want to see that Rogue, because she was a beast, unstoppable. So,
and that would can you imagine that's the way you introduce the X-Men?
Yeah,
that Rogue shows up, bad Rogue, and steals Captain Marvel's powers and leaves her for dead. Skyfall, like when Bond is shot off the bridge, but the Adele song doesn't start. it cuts to black. Is she dead? Like, what's going on? And
It
Rogue,
cuts to
you just
black.
see Rogue just with all of Captain Marvel's powers, like smiling. Yeah. Cut to black, and the Marvel credits, copyright 2023.
Bro, the internet will explode, bro. It would literally break the internet. And here's the thing. This is what's crazy. Some people actually want that to happen. Period. Like they want that to happen, period. Not just because they love Rogue, but because
They
it's
hate
so
Captain.
divisive.
I
They
mean, to me,
Yeah.
you know, and Brie Larson has to deal with people be sympathetic. She's powerless. What is her place in the world? You know, and I'm like, she's too. You know, man, you make her a victim. Like, I mean, and I loved Carol Danvers. I love Miss Marvel. You know, she was, and I liked that costume and everything. And when, I mean, in Avengers Annual 10, man, I think I have like 10 copies of that comic book in various stages.
bro.
One day I'm going to buy a slab. I want a 9.8 slab version of that book just to have it hanging on my wall because it's got all these multiple panels on the cover, you know?
Yeah.
Well, so the
so
MCU, so you guys are excited about where it's going. I mean, I know that. Look, I've really enjoyed the wackiness of Phase 4.
And these are early days, gentlemen. These are early days in Phase 4, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they are, and they're introducing. I mean, Shang-Chi is now on Disney Plus, so you can watch it.
Yes.
What I have not got my 4K Steelbook yet, but it's pre-ordered. I did get my new Blu-rays of Neon Genesis Evangelion today, the new the big beautiful box set, which is pretty cool. So there you go. But I haven't got Shang-Chi's not out on 4K yet, but it will. I mean, I have a whole shelf of all these different Marvel versions, the 4Ks, the Steelbooks, the 3D versions. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think I have like 60 different Marvel discs.
Wow.
Now, just various iterations. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. So you guys are excited about Marvel Phase. I am too, just because it's so out there.
Yeah.
They're certainly not playing it safe, and they're not being like they're going all over the place.
And they should play it safe.
And if I remember correctly, you know, in Phase, like when Thor first came out, it didn't have the popularity, let's say, that Iron Man had.
No.
And Thor came out first, right? I mean,
No,
a few years ahead.
Iron Man came out first.
Oh,
Iron
was
Man
it
1.
Iron Man that
Iron Man
came
was
out first?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm mistaken on that, but you know, there were still.
But
it's not that
Thor was second. Thor was second.
Yes. And it's not that I dislike Thor. You know, I'm just saying that the popularity of Iron Man just completely eclipsed every other.
Well, and remember,
maybe
you
not
know,
in America, but
people don't remember this, but Tom Cruise was going to play Iron Man first.
Yes, he was.
That was the first, and that's not what ended up happening because then they did the MCU. But no one, I mean, Robert Downey Jr. People forget he was a risk. He couldn't even get insurance. They wouldn't bond him. They wouldn't give him an insurance bond when he was cast because he had so many troubles.
Well, you know, and I understand that too. I think, and not that Anthony Mackie has troubles at all. He's completely fine, but I think he's of that caliber and if they continue with his storyline and we see more of Anthony Mackie, he'll be up on that level. I think he's incredibly talented.
He's an incredible actor.
Yeah, I fell in love with him. I was actually liking him, the individual, more than the actual character. And, you know, of course it's going to happen to me because he's good looking man. But, you know, I think that does say a lot about, you know, who they choose and decide. And of course I had seen him in other films and he wasn't, you know, prior to that in the same IP, but he just shined so much in this one. And, you know, something that I liked about his character and that he played was just his good intentions. I mean, you know, you really got to see that special quality of this man. And I loved it. I still smile thinking about it. And my mother's like, "You're smiling." I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "This feels good." It made me feel good. And that's what I feel that these films are supposed to make you feel. Is like you should feel good after not a film, but let's say TV series. You should feel good after watching it. And I felt great. It was a feel good, you know, story. And so I think it was very successful in my eyes. I thought it was very successful.
I mean, if you go back to how he was introduced, the On Your Left. People,
Yes.
when he was first seen, it was after that great opening action sequence in Winter Soldier.
Yes.
You know, you see Steve Rogers jogging. You know, it's first Sam Wilson's jogging, and Steve Rogers is lapping him on the running track, and it was a really, and of course Sam was working with other veterans. You know, he was giving his time to help veterans that were suffering from PTSD, and I mean, he was introduced as a real stand-up character. And both warriors and mutual respect, and you know, it's funny. One of the things I like about having like Disney Plus, I'm gonna make an admission today. I watched an hour of Attack of the Clones.
Okay.
Random, no reason. You know, I just randomly watched. I think I watched from the battle over Geonosis and the sonic bombs, all the way to the battle where Dooku fought Yoda.
Yeah.
Just because you know, I was eating, and I'm like, I don't know why, but I you know, I will go on. I find myself watching Marvel movies or Star Wars movies, just watching scenes or let it play.
I do that a lot with the Star Wars as well.
Yeah, and I go into my bedroom where the big TV is, and sit down. And my dogs, when I come sit down to eat there, they know that I'm staying put for a minute, so they both come up. Gilbert will lean on me over here, and Tallulah will drape herself over my legs, and then because they know, you're gonna sit there for a while. So and I'll just pet the dogs and watch whatever. I watch a little Attack of the Clones today, and you know, now that the IMAX versions of because I watched the IMAX version of the beginning of Infinity War, where you see Thanos on the Asgardian ship, because you can see with the IMAX ratio, you can see more of Thanos.
Yes.
You know, so the characters are more, the framing is better. It always felt a little cramped to me. And of course, on the Christopher Nolan Blu-rays and 4Ks, they preserve the IMAX ratio in the Batman movies. So in like Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, when it would have altering aspect ratios. Well, Disney didn't do that on their physical media releases. It was all, if it was widescreen, it was just a 2:3:9 aspect ratio, and you didn't, like in Infinity War and Endgame, you didn't get to go to the full frame. So when you had Thanos fighting someone else, frequently the framing looked off.
Yeah.
And now to have that on Disney Plus, I think there's 13 different MCU movies that are in IMAX now.
Yeah.
That have IMAX pieces.
Lael, if I remember correctly, you mentioned earlier, it was probably yesterday, that you do this as well, especially with the Star Wars films. I'll
have it on, and I'll turn it on just basically. But see, the thing is, and I find myself, and it's like when I'm with my clients, I'll find myself quoting certain scenes. I'll just say it because I can hear it. I know what's actually coming up, and I'll find myself just quoting for certain scenes because it's there. And that's the beauty, like you said, Rob, of having Disney Plus, is because is the library is there of nostalgia, stuff that we've loved. I'll even actually turn on, like, seriously, every now and then I'll go back and I'll watch the original Tron, or I'll go back and basically watch The Black Hole. That was one of my favorite films of all time. I love that film. But I'll go back and I'll actually watch, you know, some of these things because it's there. It's basically right. And the thing is, it's crazy because I have the physical media to all of it.
Me too. I got the Skywalker 4K box set.
Yeah.
Then I have to come out here and get it. You know, if I'm inside, like, I'm not going to walk out to my garage and get a disc and put it in. I'm just going to watch it, fast forward to what I want to watch, you know?
You can just do it right there. So
I admit to watching Anakin and Padme hook up. Like, I'll fast forward. It's like, I want to see the romance, you know, like. And now when I go back into the movie, they're like, "Would you like to pick up where you left off?" I'm like, "Of course. That's why I'm here. I want to see them, you know, fall in love." And you know, so yes.
You know, by the way, we got some super chats coming in.
Yeah.
And I have to say that our own Stubble McShave, we're talking about Disney, but there's something that we have to mention, because there's a lot of fans out there. Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time series is about to drop. It's everywhere. They're marketing the hell out of this. The engagement they have with the incredible fan base is amazing. And our own Stubble McShave, imagination connoisseur par excellence over there in Sweden. I don't think anyone's more excited than him. He's always tweeting at me. The soundtrack, actually, he sent me a cue from the soundtrack. It was Lauren Balfe. It was great. The music is incredible. I mean, I love that. So Stubble McShave says, well, the Disney thing was fine. But the things I was excited about were the Wheel of Time soundtrack dropping and information about the animated shorts that would depict important history to Wheel of Time. The soundtrack was really good with choirs chanting the old tongue. And yeah, I mean, I have to say that the Wheel of Time people, they know what's up. They're engaging the fans, these animated shorts, the soundtrack. They're crushing it. I just hope, Stubble, the show is great. I want you to be dancing naked in your apartment after you see it because you're so elated. You're just like, my God, it's so good. I hope it is everything you dream of because, man, I know what it's like to be that excited about something. And they are. If you are a Wheel of Time fan, there's no misstep happening.
No,
so
time from what I'm seeing so far.
Robert and Lael, I'm doing a series. I started it already on my channel on the Wheel of Time with Stubble McShave. And we already have one video, an introduction to the Wheel of Time. We're actually covering the book in that video, but we're also going to be doing a video later today on the trailers and the soundtrack from the Wheel of Time. So if any of you guys are interested in seeing that, go to Positive Fandom. And we're continuing the series. We're not going to stop after the series stops because there are 15 or 20 novels. We're just going to keep going. And it's a positive thing. So it's all the stuff we love and that we're looking forward to in the Wheel of Time. So you should check it out.
Okay.
RRTNZ New Zealand sends in a super chat and says, "Hail Bob and company from Wellington." Man, I miss Wellington. I lived in Wellington for a long time. I actually stayed mostly at the Duxton Hotel, which I hear is not, the building is there, but I hear it's not the Duxton anymore, which is basically kitty corner from the museum and right across the street from where the New Zealand Film Commission was. Man, do I love Wellington. One of my favorite cities, and I lived there. I loved it. Hail Rob and company from Wellington. By the way, I drank so much Monteith's Black, which is a New Zealand beer that I love. When you were down here, did you work on all of Lord of the Rings? I was an extra on the first Hobbit. Cool experience, so film. Cheers. RRTNZ, I did not. I actually only worked on Fellowship and Two Towers because my own company was hired by Disney to do Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. So I jumped out of Tolkien and went to C.S. Lewis, but it was still in Wellington, and it was great. And one of the cool things about when we did Lord of the Rings, the movies had already been shot except for the pickups. Yeah. And so, and after we finished Two Towers, I got this job, and they'd come to me because I'd started my own DVD company while I was doing my day job working on Lord of the Rings and Tron and other things. I started my own company. I was doing it on the weekends at the behest of my boss on Lord of the Rings, Michael Pellerin. He didn't want to do Usual Suspects or Star Trek V or any of these other things, or Valley Girl, and so I did them. And then Disney came to me and said, "Would you like to do Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe?" I'm like,
"Wow,
yes, I would." And so they gave me the biggest contract I'd ever seen, and I took my team, including people like Dave Parker, who does Midnight Metal with me tomorrow night. Dave Parker was in New Zealand for 14 months, and we were there with Dave Scow, and we did Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. We were all over the North and South Islands of New Zealand. We lived in Oamaru for 6 weeks or something, and we hung out at Fat Sally's. It was the first time in my life I saw penguins in the wild. Yeah, outside of Fat Sally's in Oamaru, there was a bunch of penguins that would come up out of the water and just hang out, and it was crazy. Elephant Rocks, and we were in Christchurch and Auckland, and it was great. So, man, I'd love to go back. I'd love to work on a project in New Zealand again. I have a couple. I have two. I'd love to do both of them there. S. Beam says, "I'm curious all of your thoughts about the stories that Bob Paycheck," Bob Chapek, I like that, and Kevin Feige are feuding on some of the creative aspects of the MCU. Now, hang on a second. We've heard this reported, certain channels, Doomcock, I know, I watch. It has been reported that there's some kind of a feud going on between Bob Chapek and Kevin Feige. I do not believe these reports. That isn't how it works in Hollywood. No one feuds with Kevin Feige. Certainly not Bob Chapek. The amount of money that Kevin Feige has been bringing in, no one's going to sit there and go, well, wait a minute, you have to bring back Iron Man. You have to... No. Kevin Feige has made more money than any producer in the history of Hollywood. And even in a pandemic era, people talk about how, well, they're not making $1 billion. You have to think that Phase 4 of the MCU is contracting back to Phase 1. You know, they told their story, what they're doing. Go back and look at how much Captain America, the First Avenger, grossed at the domestic box office. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you how much it grossed. Let's look. Let's go back, because there's a lot of people that are and people are like, well, Rob, you know, the expectation with Marvel movies is no. What Marvel is doing, the expectation when Iron Man first came out was no one thought it was going to do what it was going to do.
Nobody had the expectation that it was going to be as you know, there was no, you know, we didn't know that it was going to actually have the impact that it had at that time, especially Iron Man, who in the books, you know, at that time was not even a B-list. You know what I mean?
No.
So, you know, the film actually helped to elevate the character.
And
you know, who we see now. You know,
just to show people, Captain America, the First Avenger, grossed $176,654,505 domestically. 176. That's still a very respectable amount of money.
Definitely.
Worldwide, it grossed $370,569,774. That was Captain America. The first Captain America movie grossed worldwide $370 million. Actually, 370.5 million worldwide. Now, let's go to just to look at this. Shang-Chi has grossed $430 million. So
Yes.
Shang-Chi is well on its way to grossing more than well, what is that? That's almost $70 million more worldwide. Now you can go, well, Rob, that's almost 10 years ago or 8 years ago. Yeah, it is. But and probably Shang-Chi, they've spent more money on it, probably. But they're doing the same thing. You have to think about Phase 4 is starting over.
it's starting from ground zero again.
At ground zero again. And they're introducing characters that no one knows. I mean, a lot more people knew Captain America than knew Shang-Chi. And you would think that Captain America, the First Avenger, especially coming on the heels of Iron Man and Thor, would have done better than it did. But it didn't.
It didn't.
And you've got to go back, and it wasn't until by the time you get to Winter Soldier and then Civil War, which was like supported by the Avengers, Civil War was like Avengers 2.5.
Exactly.
You know, it came out after Age of Ultron, and
Right.
You know, people have to remember their history and understand how these things are done.
In those early days, the performance is going maybe, you know, topsy-turvy as people are adjusting to what they're seeing and understanding what exactly is unfolding.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So S-Beam, I don't think that there is static with Bob Chapek. I mean, the anybody who's smart understands that the box office of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is unparalleled in Hollywood history, and the fact that they're going back and introducing new characters. Because remember, these characters, like the characters of, there's a whole new generation of kids growing up that don't know these characters, haven't seen them. I mean, even the people that love the MCU, they don't know. What I find very interesting is that Shang-Chi is a very entertaining film. Now, whether you're older, whether you like it or not, I love Shang-Chi, and I found it to be wildly entertaining. I was wildly entertained by the whole thing. As more and more people come and watch it now that it's on, those characters will marinate in people's brains, and they will not wait. I'm telling you. And the same thing is happening with Eternals.
Yeah.
You know, Eternals suffered that kind of backlash. Oh, it's not what we're used to getting, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And there's but as more and more people watch it,
It's going to go back in there.
they're like,
and once we get deeper into this particular phase, people will go back and learn to appreciate the attempt, and they'll say, okay, this is what they were trying to do. This is what they introduced. Put it this way.
oh, they were doing it. It's just that
Exactly.
it's that people, you know, it'll all shake out in the wash. It just takes a while. I mean, you know, the fact that these movies, this expectation that a movie's going to gross $1 billion is absurd. It's absurd. Now,
Well, what about the fact? And I'm sorry to cut you off. What about the fact that, as far as I'm concerned, the campaign, the ad campaign for the Eternals was not what it should have been. And, you know, they spent so much money. And so many impressions, as we talked about before, where millions of people saw this campaign, and it didn't do the movie justice at all. Like,
no,
it was just so different.
I thought the marketing campaign for Eternals was terrible because all they did. Here's the thing. Working in Hollywood is frustrating because the marketing departments over the last 25 years have become all important. The power they wield is enormous. And if you look at all of the Eternals marketing focused on how many times did you have to watch Icarus use his eye beams against the Deviants. That's all it was. They completely missed the boat on marketing that film.
Yep.
They should have leaned heavily into the characters and the dilemma, the fact that the Celestials, the wonder of it all, and all they did was focus on, once again, we're beating up monsters because the marketing, it's just very frustrating that everything now is so analytic driven and people are looking at spreadsheets. And you know what? Great marketeer. If you're in marketing, go back and watch Mad Men and go watch the episode where Don Draper has to figure out how to sell the slide projector to the world and what it's doing. And you have to understand, and because people don't, they don't even know. People have to look at other marketing campaigns to be like, oh, that's what we'll do. We'll do this or we'll do no. You need to reinvent things. But people aren't capable of doing it anymore because they're too afraid. Everyone wants, well, we have to market it just like this thing. No, you don't. That's the thing. Marvel has bought you the clout to do whatever you want. You can do something out of the box. And if you're going to sell a movie like Eternals, all they were selling was monsters fighting these characters you don't know.
Yeah.
You know, and then they would give us, they ended a trailer with an IKEA joke. And it's like, I see, okay, I see where you're coming from, but really? That's how you want to end the trailer? Yeah. And they put all those...
What they showed and I keep cutting off and I apologize.
No, it's fine.
They kept showing the deviants, which we already know, could have been made better, but then they were featured in the trailer. So that's what you saw. You knew that this is what the deviants might be. And, they didn't put their best foot forward in regards to portrayal of the deviants. And so already that was like a deficiency. The costumes, as I mentioned before, one of the most important parts of it for me is to see all these great actors in these amazing costumes, and even the photography. I mean, I'm not blaming the photographer. I don't want to single out an individual, but let's just say whatever they chose, the color scheme or the palette that they chose in the advertisements didn't do it justice. And when you saw it in the movie, finally you were like, wow, this looks incredible. And you couldn't tell that from their promotional photos.
Yeah. No, and if I was asked to, because I've cut trailers in my life, if I was asked to cut a trailer, I would have focused not on the deviants at all. I would have focused on the Eternals moving through time and the dilemmas that they faced. You know, when you have Druig saying, you know, I can stop this. No, you can't. You can't interfere. And you make it about the what does it mean to be an Eternal? And the fact
show the atomic bomb scene.
Oh
show
my God.
That.
Yeah, and show the bomb going off like this is my fault. I made this happen. No, it's not.
Yes.
And they should have if I was trying to, and I'll tell you something. That marketing campaign, the way things work now, it shaped critical impressions of the movie. Because they're like, oh, we're going to get this action adventure. If you had pre-sold the movie as an emotional journey through human history and given us something that was based, rather than trying to sell the action, and because I mean they kept going back to Icarus firing his I-beams.
Yeah.
And if they went back and they completely revamped that ad campaign and made it about emotion and character, it would have been, I think the critical response would have been better, because what critics were expecting they didn't get, and they were like confused, like, wait, what is this movie?
Yeah. I think basically from watching it and watching the trailer itself, they were you know what, and sometimes, like I said, when they run an ad, when they're actually putting this, the marketing, they get so vested in making these 30-second art pieces,
Right.
40-second art pieces. They want to make the most extravagant art piece, less about the direction that the story is supposed to go, or just give you a glimpse or at least a taste of what's going to actually happen, or to know what's going to happen in this film. You don't have to give a lot of it away, but to, I don't put it this way, like, I don't need to basically see you paint a canvas in a trailer. I don't really need you. I don't need to see that. I want to actually see direction, a sense of direction. So at least we can know or get a glimpse into that world, but also the narrative and where the story is heading. The Deviants, I was talking to a few people about this. Like, I mean, I know that they were just basically a plot prop in a sense. You know what I mean? They were placed there to actually, but I had actually said it. It was horrible. Like, I didn't like the way they were done in the film, but I understand the choice. But I just think that the trailer, like you said, it didn't do a good job. They didn't do a good job with really campaigning this film, really getting people involved, really just pushing the simple fact that these are new characters. They are new to the MCU. It's a new phase. This is something to look out for. Be prepared. They didn't really push it like that.
No.
You know what I mean? And I'm wondering why, especially if you have someone like Kevin Feige, who was behind this film 100%.
Well, I think the problem is that, again, the marketing departments in the studios wield an enormous amount of power. And they also the executives at Disney, like Kevin Feige runs Marvel, but when they turn over their material to Disney, Disney trumps Marvel in terms of marketing, in terms of business, and it's very frustrating to work at the studio level in Hollywood to see how things get done, because it's a business that they're making a product to make money. So everything they're looking at, like any other product that makes money, they're looking at analytics of things that have existed previously. And it was like my own experience. So I was a producer on Agent Cody Banks.
Yeah.
And we found that script and bought it. My partners at the time, and then I hired my friends, Ashley Miller, who created Dota, that I'm working on, and Zach Stentz, to rewrite the script that existed. And when they rewrote that script, it was Ferris Bueller meets James Bond. And it was fucking great.
Yeah.
We sell that script to MGM. We think, great, fantastic. MGM decides after they buy Cody Banks, they're like, tweens are in now. So we want to make the movie younger, and we want to make it, instead of making it for 16 to 24-year-olds, we want to make it for 8 to 12-year-olds. Now, we'd already sold the script to the studio. So this project that we developed, and we're like, no, this is Ferris Bueller meets James Bond. It'll make $200 million.
Yeah.
They decided to make it for tweens, for 8 to 12-year-olds. Now, my problem with that was when they started doing that, then you get the studio notes and the studio weighs in, and they're like, well, we have to make it this way. So they make it, it's full of cliches. It's still mildly entertaining, but it wasn't the timeless movie. The original version we had sold to them was much more, it had a Back to the Future quality to it in terms of that kind of humor. It was more sophisticated, more adult, and they kidified Agent Cody Banks. And in my mind, it was fine. It doubled its money or whatever, but it should have made $200 to $300 million, and it didn't. That was because the studio stepped in and they think they know better. And it's like, you bought our script. You liked it. You threw it. We sold it in February. We went into production in May. That never happens. And then the script that you loved, that you bought, you decided, you second-guessed yourselves and decide, well, we're going to make it for children. No, make scripts, make a show for everyone. It's like, well, Star Trek Prodigy is the first Star Trek show made directly for kids.
No.
How about making a great Star Trek show that kids can love? When you're pandering to kids, you're not elevating them. You know when I fell in love with Star Trek? When I was 5. And it was a show I didn't entirely get, but this idea, we've infantilized children, in this world, that we haven't asked them to step up, and we have to make everything palatable for everybody. And it's weird. It's a bizarre state of affairs.
Fingolfin, I think that's how you say the person's name, says Eternals was a story of growth and struggle, but it was marketed like a typical good guy versus bad guy flick.
100%. And I think that marketing, when people finally went and saw it, they rejected all of the things that were interesting about that movie, and they were focusing on, and it's interesting how you can, to me, The Eternals is the way I love Star Trek the Motion Picture. I love The Eternals, and I'll be defending it in that way. By the way, S. Beam says, this is an interesting question. S. Beam says, what did you think of the shows that Chris Hemsworth and Will Smith are doing for Disney? Also curious if Lael went and checked out Justin's head sculpt on the channel. On S. Beam's doing he's doing a sculpt of me and John and Justin. Mm-hmm. We've lost you.
Who? Me?
Lael, we can't hear you.
Oh.
I don't know. Where did you go, sir?
We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Wow. Okay,
there you go. Now you're back.
I don't know. It just zonked out. No, I did check it out. I did actually check it out on this page. It looks neat. Like, I did see it. I was like, wow, okay.
But I have to say, so Chris Hemsworth and Will Smith are both doing these National Geographic shows. They're traveling around the world, and Chris Hemsworth is pushing himself to physical extremes. I think both shows look really cool. I want to see both of them. Yeah. And I have to say, I love that both, I watch Will Smith has a book that came out this week about, and I've always liked Will Smith, and he's got King Richard that everyone's saying is another a great film. And I watched him on Jimmy Fallon tonight, and I really think these National Geographic shows look really interesting. They're kind of the same thing. Will Smith and Chris Hemsworth are testing the boundaries of their own humanity and traveling around the world. And I'll fucking watch that shit. I mean, it looks great. Yeah. And you got the star power. I mean, I think that the fact that both of those guys are traveling the world and doing interesting things and focusing on the planet as a whole, and taking us and showing us beauty and showing us what the Earth has to offer. I mean, I think one of the things that the pandemic and the last 2 years have done to us is we've forgotten about the wonder of the very planet that we live on. we've forgotten about the wonder of life and the wonder of the universe. And I think if it takes Will Smith and Chris Hemsworth to do National Geographic shows where they go around the world and they free dive with sharks or they do whatever the hell they're going to do, more power to them, because we've forgotten how wondrous the place that we live really is.
Yeah.
And Will Smith is, most of the people on this stream already know he's an accomplished musician as well. So,
parents just don't understand.
Exactly.
Yes. And the other thing I wanted to say is I'm really excited for this King Richard film, mainly because, I'm a huge tennis fan, like you, Robert. I know that you into tennis, and probably you too, Lael. But I watched, the Williams sisters when they first got on the scene, and I've been watching them ever since. And we need to hear their story, because you can't tell by how successful they are. They're probably the most successful female tennis players in the United States, and consequently internationally.
Yep.
Their story is very interesting. Their origin story, as many other tennis players as well. But their father was such an important figure in their life, and this is for me, this would be like a role of a lifetime, because their dad had such a forefront role in their careers, especially when they were younger. He almost wouldn't allow anyone to talk to them to distract them away from their game and their work. And that was a good thing. I think that was the key to their success. Not that they aren't incredibly talented, but no one could go up and bother them. And they needed to focus on what they were doing, because they had, other obstacles and challenges. And he was just an incredible person. Love him or hate him, his impact on tennis is profound. And, I think one interesting thing that he had talked about the sisters playing and who was going to be, the best tennis player. And he kind of, challenged them both and said, look, you guys could both be the best. Well, how can two people be the best? But that's kind of like how it turned out. And I think that's a very interesting approach. He wasn't picking favorites or sides. He was saying, I love you. You're my daughters. I love you both. And I want the best for you. And, he's like a super dad. This is, it's an inspiring situation. And I think, looking back at it, 20 years later, right? The outcome and just how much it changed tennis and elevated tennis to where it became more of a household game, rather than, let's say, the tennis elite, which when we were growing up, that's what it was. If you were playing tennis, it's like that's what you were. Yeah. So I really am so excited for it. That's all I wanted to say about that.
I mean, my mom is a sportswoman, and the first sports hero in my household was Billie Jean King.
Yes.
And that my mom, it was Jack Nicklaus and Billie Jean King. Those are the first sports heroes that I knew in my household. And my mom, golf was religion in my family. My grandparents, my parents, I mean, it was golf, 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 golf all the time. The Masters, Jack Nicklaus, and then it was Billie Jean King, and then, of course, John McEnroe, and it was just all the it was so I can't wait to see King Richard. I think it's going to be great. It looks great. Everyone says it's great. I watched a clip today I hadn't seen on that Jimmy Kimmel show where he was great. And again I think it's important. Ultimately, a father is helping his daughters to be excellent for their own sake. There's no dark turn in the story. Yeah. It's triumphant. It's here's the thing for me. People always ask me, I am a sucker. I'm not a particularly big sports fan, but I am a sucker for sports movies. Yeah. I don't care if it's The Natural. I don't care if it was Friday Night Lights. I love North Dallas 40, Semi-Tough, Field of Dreams, whatever. You give me a great sports movie, I will watch it, even though I'm not a huge sports fan, because there's something inherent in the idea of sports, because sports is like the ultimate meritocracy. Yeah. You can't, it doesn't matter what you want. It only matters how good you are and the talent that you have. And I love that, because we've moved away from that idea. Like meritocracy is some kind of a bad idea, which I don't understand. Look, I'm never going to be LeBron James. I'd love to be. I'm never going to be LeBron James. But I don't ever want to live in a world where someone makes me and LeBron James equal in terms of our basketball ability. Like, everyone should be the same. No, we shouldn't.
Yeah.
I am not Michael Jordan. I am not Mamba. I am not LeBron James, nor will I ever be. No matter how much I practice, no matter how much I want it.
Yeah.
I don't have the tools. I don't have the talent. And that's okay. That's why I love sports movies, because it celebrates great human achievement.
I like it. The biggest thing about it, though, it also humanizes these sports figures, like people who we've actually seen, and we get a chance to see the backstory of how they became who they were and what drove them to that particular point. The highs, the lows, and it just lets you know. I think it's more, it's inspirational for individuals who have the same dream.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it doesn't even have to be. You don't have to be the most athletic. It doesn't even have to have anything to do with sports. I think it just says so much about humanity, as far as how it pushes us in a direction to whereas we can achieve.
Dude, you nailed it. That what I love is the greatness of human achievement, and sports is a shortcut to show that.
Yeah.
And SB even said in the chat, what about Any Given Sunday? I fucking love Any Given Sunday.
We fight for every inch.
I love football movies. Look, Friday Night Lights is one of my favorite TV shows of all time.
Yeah.
And like you said, the great thing about sports, just like now we have movies about superheroes. We used to have movies about cops or lawyers or doctors or whatever. Now they've moved to TV. But any human being that's good at their job, and when I see somebody playing sports, it's a human being that not only is good at what they do, but they're stretching themselves and pushing themselves physically. Yeah. And it celebrates what the human animal is capable of.
Exactly.
Mentally and physically, and I find that uplifting. And, whenever you see even an underdog story in the sports realm, when somebody who shouldn't necessarily succeeds, I love that.
Yeah.
And it's funny, I'm waiting for the day when suddenly sports is going to get it's really not fair that there's lots of people that excel in sports. It makes other people feel bad that can't.
What? Are people saying that?
No. I'm just saying that's my dystopian future view.
Okay.
I don't I could see that look, when my nephews, this is 5 years ago. I was visiting in Seattle, and I went and saw there were 3 soccer teams playing, and they were playing each other, and they'd play a game, and then the other team would come in, and they didn't keep score. And I'm like, of course, do you know who's keeping score? All the kids playing. The fact that parents we can't allow, are you out of your minds? This is sports. Every kid playing, and all those kids knew what the scores of the games were. And it just makes the parents look fucking just imbeciles.
Yeah.
You're telling your kids not to keep score. Of course they're going to keep score. It's a game.
Mm-hmm.
And what are you saying? Like kids can't handle losing? This is the problem with our society. You need to understand you're going to lose, and it's okay. What is that famous line from Rocky? It's not how hard you get hit. It's when you get hit. It's how you pick yourself up and continue on. I'm paraphrasing.
Exactly. But here's the thing, bro. I think when it comes to sports and it comes to parenting and stuff like that, sometimes they're you're afraid to let your child expand and learn what it means to win or lose.
Or get smacked in the face.
Or get hurt. You know what I mean? Look, as a parent, I never wanted to see, my children get hurt. I never want to see anything happen. But at the same time, I didn't want to contain them. I didn't want to keep them away from the world. I didn't want to shelter them so much that they don't really, it's the experience, and they need that experience to grow. If that's the arena that you put them in, then let them grow. You know what I mean? Let them grow. Let them understand it. Like that's like when I used to always like go to my daughter's like when she was cheering like I would always go to like the football games and stuff like that, and you'd hear the parent like when the coach is yelling at the players or the referee is yelling at one of the players. One of the parents would actually just get so animated and try to go out. I'm like, well, why? You're not letting them grow because this is basically part of that group. You have to let them. They're on the field. Let them be. There's no physical harm. There's nothing wrong with the yelling. It's a game.
That's a
But you
coach.
have to
That's
let
what
them go. And it's
happens.
a coach. That's exactly what happens. So it is what it is. Like I know if my son was out there and a coach was yelling, I'd probably agree. It'd be like, what would you do? Why? You know what I mean? So I would watch it and observe, but I know that it's only you're pushing the players. Now, look, we know that some coaches go overboard. I know that. I know
course.
that, and I recognize that.
So do parents.
It happens, and so do parents. Exactly, parents go overboard. Sometimes they just want they can be completely unreasonable, but it is what it is. But I mean, I just think you have to let your child experience certain things. You have to let them grow, and I think that this is especially if you're putting him out there, and that's why I can't wait to see King Richard. Like I want to see it for the banter back and forth between Richard and his daughters. You know what I mean? I want to see basically the process and his thought process and what it was that he saw in them in the very beginning that let him know that my daughters are going to be great. That's the story that I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see him. I want to see how he came to the realization that they were going to be great. I can't wait. I cannot wait to see it. Definitely.
I was supposed to go see it with Just a Brown Girl, who was a longtime member of the channel, and she's taken me to see Dune, and she took me to see House of Gucci. And I think I might be able to take her to a movie this week. I don't know if she's watching now, but I owe her. She's delightful. Huge fan of hers, and she used to write great letters, but now she's taking me to movies, which is good. So she saw King Richard. I couldn't go because that was the weekend that Zoe, Elizabeth's daughter, had these seizures, so she was in the hospital. She's cool now. But I really want to see it because, again, as a sports movie, I'll see any sports movie because, in a way, people. One of the things about Star Trek that I like so much is about it's about human endeavor, and it's about humanity. I love anything that's about human beings that go after something. They conjure up something amazing. And maybe that's why I like sports movies so much, because you always deal with underdogs, or you deal with people that are looking for excellence. The thing about sports movies is sports itself, the games are definitive. They tell you either won or lost, and I like that. I like that the metaphoric. I mean, in life, you could think of it as winning and losing, but in terms of games, you actually have numbers, and I loved Moneyball. I loved Moneyball. I love Brad Pitt coming along, and there's that great scene when he's telling all these old grizzled veterans of baseball, yeah, what you're talking about, none of it matters. I don't care. Jonah Hill, come over here and explain to these guys what we're going to do.
Exactly.
And by the way, what they both did, changed baseball forever, using statistics and getting people on base, and it was amazing.
Moneyball is an amazing film, bro.
I love Moneyball, man, and
Moneyball,
that's another movie I go and watch clips. Whenever I'm looking on YouTube, I look at clips in the morning, stuff that just shows up in my feed, and Moneyball clips show up because I watch them.
Yeah,
I love Moneyball.
And that let me know when I watched it. I was like, yo, Jonah Hill's a beast. Like literally, like he's something real. Like he's really
oh, dude.
real. Like
between Moneyball and Wolf of Wall Street,
yeah.
Oh my God, Jonah Hill, he's a great actor. Have you seen? He directed a movie. Is it 16? Is it called 16? He directed a film about the skateboard kids.
Yeah. It was I forget the name. When I'm looking it up because it's on. It's because it's
a really good movie. He did a really good job directing it.
Yeah, I forget the name of it though. It's about it. What was the name of the film?
Did it come out this year?
It came out last year.
Couple years, yeah.
A couple years ago. Years
Mhm.
ago. I forget the name of it. Let me see. What was it called? I'm gonna look it up. I'm looking it up now.
Hang on.
Because now you got me puzzled.
Yeah, while you guys are looking that up, there are two other shows that I like that have to do with sports, but it's not exactly the same. The first one is Ballers, and
Mid
that
90s.
started.
That's what it's called. Sorry about that.
Oh, mid 90s. Yeah.
Yeah.
The first one is called Ballers,
Yep.
and stars of rock, and it's not
Yeah.
exactly about one athlete, but it's about the people around these athletes.
There
And
you
that
go.
was that's actually my favorite show with The Rock is of all
Yeah.
time is that show. But I also used to watch a show also from HBO called Arliss.
Oh,
Yeah.
And that had Sandra Wu in it before anybody knew
Yeah.
who she was. And I really liked that show as well. Very similar to Ballers,
Yeah.
because they're both like
Yeah.
agents who are dealing with sports professionals. But I just thought they found the humor in all the machinations. Of,
it was Sandra
modern
Oh.
sports.
Sandra Oh, not Sandra Wu,
Yes.
right?
Sorry.
I just want to check, But
Yes, it was Sandra Oh.
Arliss was a staple. That show was on for a long time.
Oh, it was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
7 seasons it ran.
yes. And then I always thought that Jerry Maguire was like Arliss growing up,
Yeah.
but
Again, Jerry Maguire, one of my favorite. I mean, again,
Yeah.
Cameron Crowe, the 1-2 punch of Jerry Maguire and Almost Famous. I mean,
Yes.
my God.
Almost famous.
But Jerry Maguire, again, that whole opening montage when he explains what a sports agent does. Oh, shit. You're loving me now, ain't you? I fucking love that movie.
Yeah.
And Regina King.
Yes.
Oh man,
Yes.
as Rod Tidwell's wife,
Yeah.
she's so good. I mean, I
She's
love Regina
amazing.
King, and I think I fell in love with her in that movie.
She's amazing. She's
I air dried Jerry. I love that movie so much. It's so good. By the way, RRTNZ says, that's awesome. Rob, Fellowship is such a wonderful film. My favorite of the trilogy, and Lion and the Witch of the Wardrobe is superb too. Hope you make it back down here, mate. Well, I hope so. I've got a project, a really good project, based on a Pulitzer Prize winning novel that I'd love to shoot in New Zealand. But who's going to finance that? I don't know. I don't know.
I have relatives in New Zealand that I'm dying to visit.
Oh, we should all go down there. Come work on the film. We'll go make it there. Stubble McShave says, I think that Eternals have got all the ingredients to possibly be seen as a cult movie in a few years. I think there's already a cult around it. I think there's a lot of people who are loving the movie.
Yeah. It's like I said, critic reviews versus audience is people love that film. You can't take it away. You
And
can't
they're
take it
moved
away.
by it. They get what was going on. They get what Chloe Zhao was. I mean, you know what's really what I find really interesting is that with Chloe Zhao coming off Nomadland, and a woman of color, the second woman in the world to win an Academy Award for directing. I would think people would be ready to support her, but the opposite was true. They were waiting to just tear that movie a new one.
Yep.
Between Marvel and Chloe Zhao, it's like, fuck these successful people. Let's go after them.
Yep.
And I find that so strange. Like, I love it when somebody makes something awesome. Like, I want everything to be, and so
You want
when
them to succeed, but this
Yeah,
seems
like,
people just want it to fail. I don't get it.
I don't get it. Like, I keep, I worked for this director a long time ago, and he is an interesting cat, a guy named Robert Armstrong. He was gonna direct Free Willy, but he quit 6 weeks before Principal because he was actually scared. But he made one feature film called Pastime, which is a minor league baseball movie that came out from Miramax in the early 90s. It's a wonderful little movie about minor league baseball. And it has something in it. The reason I wanted to work for this, once he quit Free Willy, I should have just stayed on Free Willy. I went to work for him. And the reason that I did was in that movie, there's a line of dialogue. Noble William plays the coach of the movie's about a minor league baseball pitcher who's over the hill. and he's being challenged by a younger guy who's coming. He's up and coming, and he's a really good pitcher. And our over the hill character, played by William Russ, who was in Wise Guy, if you watch that show, there's a great moment where Noble Williams, the coach, tells him, it says, "Listen, it doesn't matter how good anyone else is. It doesn't make you any better or any worse." And I'm like, that line spoke to me. That whole concept spoke to me. That other people's abilities have no bearing on you. They might be great. They might not be great. That doesn't mean anything in terms of whether you're good or bad or whatever. You might want to be someone else, but their whatever they do has nothing to do with you. Exactly. And I thought that was that the movie is called Pastime. I don't even know where you can see it, but it's a wonderful little movie. It would make a great second feature if you watch Bull Durham. Yeah. Watch Bull Durham and then watch Pastime. That's a great double feature.
Definitely.
So, Tom Jr. Jackson, what's up, goof man? Bobby B, I watched Shang-Chi a second time today. Loved it even more. Hello to Lael and great show last night. Rob, I will contact you soon for mine.
Yes, Tom Jr. Jackson is creating his new channel, and I'm so excited to see him finally create a channel. He's such a great person to talk to about entertainment and pretty much anything. So it's going to be an incredible channel.
I just like the fact that all the PGS members are doing that. They're spreading their wings and starting their own channels. I'm a big advocate of that, and I want to hear what everyone has to say.
Definitely. And they need more.
Yeah, and Lael's channel, I mean, your channel's been blowing up, man.
Bro, it's hey, thanks to people like you and everyone else who have actually been supporting. It's doing great, man. I mean,
by the way,
content.
What is the name of your channel?
The channel is called the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. So
hello, everyone. If you're watching right now,
yeah.
1/6 Scale Man. Go subscribe, go like, hit the bell, so whenever he goes live, you can hear.
Exactly. It's been a journey, man. Like I said, I love the here's the thing, and this is it saddened me because I find that in the YouTube world that there are some people who really shun live streams. Like when people do content creating and they do like live streams, they're like, well, I don't really like doing it because I don't like or I don't like doing a lot of live streams because it's always the same content. It's always talking about the same things and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, how do you expect to really engage with your audience? How do you expect to get ideas if you don't do them? If you don't really live stream, if you rather put up videos of content that you actually have with no audience interaction with anybody. I mean, it brings them closer to you, whether it's right or wrong, like, good or bad, like this, they're close to you and they basically see that you're human and they enjoy your content. So that's pretty much why I do it, is because I like engaging with, different personalities. I like talking to you guys. I like it when we actually have that banter back and forth because we create ideas, we create so many different avenues and platforms. And I think it's needed. I never knew how much more it was needed during a pandemic, when for people who needed hope and an escape. So it's like, this is what we provide. So I love that space. I love the space that we're in. So observation, we got so many different things going on. I
gotta give it up to Charlie the Unicorn. He says 1/6 Scale Man's channel is only for posers. Because I love that show. I love what you're doing with the posing. Yeah. It's so good. By the way, someone asks, what is your channel again?
Yes, my channel is called Positive Fandom. And I
Yeah.
just put the link in the chat so that you guys could see what it is. And so far, I have, as I said, I started a series with Stubble McShave about the Wheel of Time, and we're taking a different perspective from it. We're talking about all the things we love and all the things we expect and enjoy. And, you know, it's good. And I think it's just going to give a different perspective on what to expect from the series, which seems incredible coming up. You know,
Yeah,
Wheel of Time is going to
I'm
be
really
just
I'm very excited.
for that.
yes. I also reviewed, I've got a review on there for Last Night in Soho that I did with Catherine Cook.
Who I
So,
love her too.
yes. And so, you know, just check it out. And, you know, I have more videos coming, of course. And Robert, you are going to be posting those videos for the PGS All Stars
Yes,
and Reviews.
all weekend. I got so many things to post, and now I have much more incentive than ever. It's all going to be up. All going to be up.
And one for S Beam, who we've been talking. You had him on Saturday of last week, but we were also talking about him tonight as well. And he talks about his craft and how, you know, he makes his models and what inspires him. He has his own channel on
Yep.
On Facebook. And, you know, oftentimes he'll show, as you and Lael already know, and probably a lot of the chat already know, he shows you how he makes his creations. And so I think anybody who's interested in that would love to see, you know, that interview of him.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. No, he's great. You know, I would ask the two of you, you know, Lael, I think you know, you nailed it. It's funny because like it's funny, we both stream with Justin. I've been watching Justin, and Justin's always like, we rib him, you know, but I look at Justin Kane as someone that I think has done YouTube correctly, in the sense that his figure reviews to me are the Tiffany standard, the gold standard of figure reviews, in the sense that when I watch, if I'm going to buy a Hot Toys figure or any kind of figure, I want the most information possible. And he's created a format, and he goes through and it's incredibly thorough. He offers his opinion, but he also just shows you, and he always says, look, if you want to push the joints further or whatever, you can do that. But here's and then at the same time, now he's started the live stream thing, and he's engaging with his audience. And while it's funny because he's half my age or whatever, maybe not quite half my age, but I just really I admired him as a YouTuber before that, but he didn't do live streams. And now he does, and I think that engaging with the audience, he's also brought people to our channels, and we've all and he's been very. He doesn't have to be this way, but he's been very generous in terms of he never sits there and goes, well, I have more subscribers than you. No, he's very generous, but I see what he's done as I think that's what YouTube can be. On one hand, his core values were creating these reviews of figures, but then he's now building, you know, we're all building a community that, whether it's Will, who, by the way, Will Foxification, I love that guy. I didn't know that guy 6 months ago. I love that guy. Always puts a smile on my face.
He's a character.
I love that guy. I like, and you know, I didn't know you, you know, a year ago or whatever.
That's true.
And one of the great things about this whole, maybe it was the pandemic that got people talking or whatever, but these communities that we're building. You know, it doesn't matter where we are. I mean, you're in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. You're in New York. I'm here in California. And then when we stream, like when I stream with Az and Justin, he's in Australia. Az is in the UK. I'm here. It's half the planet.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Ian Fani, and I'm sorry, Ian, if I said your name wrong, your last name wrong, or even your first name. He says I bought figures because of Justin's channel.
Yeah. So have I. God damn it.
It is, and that's
fucking guy.
is, like he's created a space where, you know, us, you know, as content creators, people who basically do love, you know, collecting, you know, because that's pretty much how I got started, you know, as a YouTuber, was just mainly through collecting. I love, you know, to collect figures. I love nostalgia. So, you know, that's how I got started. I started on another channel. It was Paradox Nerd with PJ and Will. And we actually had Let's Talk on Sundays, and then we all just branched out, and just started doing our own thing and stuff like that. So it just created, and I think, with you, Rob, you've created a space where you've brought the the you've brought film and and just the Hollywood lore, and you've basically brought it down to a sense where we the viewers can really understand, and you're having a conversation with us, letting us see the other side, giving us history of
Mm.
certain things, and that's the beauty of it. And honestly, like, that was one of the things that drew me, because I didn't watch, like, I've known about you for years. I've known about, like, like your history with, like, certain films. And then when you were on John Campy, I was like, well, Rob is the voice, literally the voice of the people. Like, you're the voice for us. Like, you know what I mean?
It's
When
very
you
nice of you to
basically
say.
have, like, seriously, like, you're the voice for us. Like, when we want to know things, when we don't actually, you simplify it in a way where it's completely educational, but at the same time, and I like to use this word, you're really humanizing Hollywood for us. So whereas we don't feel as though we're out of the loop, and, like, you've been that voice. So when you're like it's, I find it when you're not on this show, it's just like, man, where's Rob? Like, I'm looking for
Well,
Rob.
it's
Yeah.
unfortunate. I don't
Yeah.
know if I can go on the John Campy show again because and I appreciate this. I think John Campy is one of the best YouTubers in terms of providing
Yeah.
incredible entertainment. His show is beautifully made.
Yeah.
He always his primary focus is on the viewer experience. He wants his
Yeah.
viewers to have the best experience possible. Like, he called me up, like, I haven't been on a show in 3 weeks, and he called me up and he said, Rob, I have to do a part 3 of this Eternals companion video.
Yeah.
And could you please do it, because people love you to do it. And I was like, I appreciated him asking me to do it. And it was a 2-hour video, and I love John, and I have the utmost respect for John. And he's making changes on his channel. He's got new sponsors and all that.
Yeah.
And Kimberly, the discovery that he found, Kimberly, to me, first of all, my God, what an amazing personality. I love her.
She's amazing.
She is an amazing woman. I think she's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, to be honest. Her smile can melt lead. I mean, she is so smart and so delightful, and she's such a beautiful person. And, I really respect the fact that she's very devout in her beliefs. She has a very strong, she walks with the Lord, and I really appreciate that about her as well. She comes from a very strong family, and John, I mean, I was like, bruh, great finding her. She's amazing, but she lives close to John.
Yeah.
And now John wants to take it into studio. For me, I would have to drive over an hour each way to do John's show, and I can't do that.
Yeah.
I've got too much. I have too many other things that I'm doing, and people are mad that I haven't done Robservations very much. I did 1 Robservations this week, so in not doing John's show, it's not that I don't want to do it, but I can't. I mean, driving in a week, that means I've lost an entire work day.
Yeah.
Literally, and I'm still working on Dota, Dragon's Blood, the Netflix show. We have season 2 dropping in January, and I'm still working on that show. And it's that, and I've got a bunch of other things I can't talk about, that are going to be great dropping. I'm actually working on another feature film right now that Gabe Bologna, the director of Tango Shalom, he directed. And people don't even know anything about it, and I'm working on that. And there's all kinds of things, and I would love to stay on John's show, but you know what? I think that everyone has to focus. That's why I want to do this new show. Well, I don't want to. I'm doing it. I'm doing the Hollywood half and half.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a half-hour news show, and but
It sounds promising, Robert. I mean, everybody's going to be excited to see this new show of yours, and I think that it's going to be fantastic.
well, it'll just be fun. I mean, it's. I think that the whole thing about YouTube, what people don't the people that are outside. What's funny is YouTube has become the most potent force. I mean, as late night talk shows are wondering if you have a guest on that talks for 5 minutes to promote their movie, or would you rather watch that same person on Joe Rogan for 3 hours?
For 3 hours and just have a full-fledged conversation down to earth. Yeah, right.
And at the same time, YouTube's trying to figure out, or big tech is trying to figure out, how can they limit voices and conversations or whatever. But YouTube has provided a platform that never existed before, which is a long form exchange of ideas, like this show right now.
Yes, exactly. And that's the point. It's exchange of ideas, and you've created that space. Why not?
I mean, for me, being getting involved as a YouTube content creator, for me, the most important thing is to support other creators. And I don't have millions of dollars to throw it at the arts. I don't.
God damn it.
But I feel I feel happy when I can promote others, because it feels like I'm doing something like that. It feels as if you're someone who's promoting the arts. And I always think that the arts is what makes life, it enriches your life. Yeah. And
well, that's human experience is defined by the arts.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's what
I also believe that artists inspire other artists.
Yes.
Like, for example, when I see you and Lael doing a show and I say, oh, I didn't know that. And I can use that in my own work or in my own creations. And it's really important to be able to be inspired as an artist and continue your work. And, I think that also enriches the individual as well. So my main goal has always been to support others, support other creators, and helping people essentially get to their hopes and dreams. And I think that is another way to perhaps make the world a better place, or help people to reach their potential as well. So that's my goal as a YouTube content creator, and being involved in the PGS, being involved in the YouTube community.
I can't agree with you more. I mean, 100%. Yeah. And I think that's also, we're all bound by our love of, we're all imagination connoisseurs. Yeah. Whether you love comics or video games or movies or TV shows, we all love those things. And we're in a world where we live in a science fiction world now. Yeah. Whether we're online or whether you're talking virtual reality or whatever, but what is a story but a way to define human experience for other people? Mm-hmm. That's what storytelling is, and great storytelling is recognizable. It doesn't matter what walk of life you're from, or what your religious background is, your ethnic background, or your sexuality. A great story is recognized by everyone because we're all human. Mm-hmm. All of us, despite our differences. Like, we all understand. I go back to like the Shawshank Redemption. Mm-hmm. And you look at that story, everyone, look, you might not have been incarcerated for 20 years, but you still understand intellectually what that might mean, because you can imagine what it would be like to be incarcerated. Yeah. And when you watch that film, everyone, I think, understands those characters, just like in Star Wars. Yeah. When Luke Skywalker walks outside and sees the twin setting suns of Tatooine, and you hear John Williams, everyone gets that. We've all been there. We're all like, fuck, I'm 19. What am I going to do with my life? I mean, everyone's gone to college. I'm literally farming water out of the arid desert sky. That's what I do. I'm a moisture farmer. Is this my lot in life? I live with my aunt and uncle. I can't even go to Toshi Station and pick up power converters. I mean, what the fuck? But we all got it. And that's why Star Wars worked, is because we all understood it. And the original version, not the special edition, the first 20 years of Star Wars existence, it felt real. Everything about it. There was no CGI, and when you went to Mos Eisley, it was a shithole. There was no Rontos or Jawas or things floating around. It was a gas station in the ass end of town, exactly. And you bought into it. and it was important. And I think that
Exactly.
the reason why we have such a strong fan community is we define ourselves,
Yeah.
sad or not. I mean, I certainly define myself by our franchises. Star Trek has meant something to me my whole life. I define who I am as a human being
Yeah.
because of the morality in Star Trek or the Twilight Zone or whatever. And I think we all do, and that's what surrounds us and binds us together.
Exactly. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Right?
Yes.
It's
We
the
are in the
safe-
business of humans.
Exactly. We're
That is
creating
right.
A safe space, a safe space to have these discussions, a safe space where no one's excluded. You know what
That's
I
the
mean?
final frontier.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes.
So, Darth Plato says people can become victims of their own success. Known historical phenomena. Absolutely. Serena led the Parthians in destroying 7 Roman legions at Carthage. Wildly successful and unexpected. He was then murdered by the king. Are you saying this can't happen to Feige? Ooh. Carthage, like... We look back into antiquity. If you're a Gladiator fan, he was okay. Here's the thing. I'm not saying it can't happen to Feige, but Kevin Feige has made more money, a lot more money, billions and billions of dollars. Kevin Feige is not in any trouble. The fact that people are like, well, Rob, the MCU used to have $1 billion if you average it out over 23 movies. Yeah, but we're in a global pandemic, and we still are. Like, places are locking down because the cases are spiking. It's not that Kevin Feige is no one's beyond reproach, but the fact is that, and it's so funny. Look. So Disney's stock went down in a day.
Yeah.
Who cares? Look at their growth and look at where they're at. So one day it dropped. I don't care. Elon Musk lost $50 billion this week on the stock market. Do you think he's sweating that? No, he's not. He'll come back.
Because he's going to make that back and plus more next week.
Yeah, exactly.
And I also think that, we were talking about Disney Plus Day, and this is, apparently the very first Disney Plus Day, because Disney Plus is 2 years old. And, when it was first introduced, we had a lot of expectations as to the content. And of course, a lot of the content that we were expecting is on Disney Plus. But there is a lot of, and I know you were talking about this the other day, Robert, there's a lot of things that I'm hoping they add that are missing, like a lot of these special features. I mean, Disney and a lot of these movie companies have made, as many documentaries about these films, maybe even twice as many per film, that we're not seeing. And this content is critical because it helps you in the understanding of the film and getting those behind the scenes parts. I salivate when I see, it's behind the scenes, like with The Mandalorian, they did this, but they should learn from just even presenting that series of going behind the scenes. Give us those, that from your catalog. We know you have it. Please give us those examples of your behind the scenes for all these films that are on there. I mean, it's not complete until we get that, in the package.
I just want to point out, I did direct and edit an 88-minute feature-length documentary on the making of Tron that was nominated for, at the time when there was actually a TV show. It was nominated for Best Library Documentary of the Year in 2002. It lost to MASH, Robert Altman's MASH, which is fine. But I mean, I was so disappointed to not see I know it was done in standard def because there was no HD back then, but upres it. I was so disappointed to see that it's not on Disney Plus, because I busted my ass on that documentary. And it's 88 minutes long, and Jeff Bridges is in it, and Harrison Ellenshaw, and even I'm very proud of that work, And it would
Yeah.
be nice if it was on Disney Plus. Please, Disney Plus, put my Tron documentary on there. It's on the Blu-ray.
Come on, just do it.
We would watch it. I mean, they're
If I do say so myself, it's really good. It's a little
But maybe-
academic, but it's really good.
That's okay, because as fans, we look for this stuff. I mean, I don't know any fan who doesn't love who in the fandom who doesn't love an IP, who isn't eager to watch the making of, the background of, whatever it is that was made. We want to see these special features.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people, from what I understand, that's why they buy and keep their own physical media, not just for the film, but also for the special features. I mean, it is incredibly important, but it also gives acknowledgement to the amount of production that it takes to even push something like this through, because it's a tremendous amount of work, and it involves such a large team of people that you don't see when you see the final film.
I have to tell you, when I saw Dune, when Just a Brown Girl took me to see Dune, by the way, that's her online name. Her real name is Michelle. I do know
Yes.
her name. She just goes by Just a Brown Girl. She's made 2 feature films herself that she's directed.
Yes.
But when we were at the theater, after Dune was over, the aisle in front of me, a kid, stops me and said to me, he goes, "You're Robert Meyer Burnett, aren't you?" And I'm wearing a mask. And I said, "Yes." He goes, "Your Requiem for Krypton documentary on the making of Superman Returns is something that meant so much to me." And by the way, that never gets old. It never, when somebody stops you and says, like, I made that documentary. I mean, Dave Parker worked on that documentary. Mondo Houghton, there was a whole team of people, Anthony Smedili, Adam Robitel, there was a lot of people that worked on that documentary. And I'm very proud of that documentary. But when someone comes up and says, I watched that documentary so many times, and how much it meant to them, and I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this came out 15 years ago, and
It still holds weight.
Yeah, it was amazing. It never gets old, and you never know. But the thing is, I should realize that, because I mean, there's so many. I've got this room that is full of thousands of works of people that I love, thousands of people, endeavors that go back 100 years, and or more. And I think that's how. Look, the reason art exists is it's because how we convey the human experience to other people. Every painter, every sculptor, every composer, every dancer, every filmmaker, what we're trying to do is convey the human experience to others, to externalize it so people can look at our work and be like, that's how you see the world. I get that.
Yeah.
That's why we do all of this. And that's why we do YouTube.
Exactly.
YouTube, it's not like, I don't think any of us are on YouTube to be like, well, let me just tell you how great I am. No,
No.
the whole point is to connect. It's to convey. It's to have these kinds of conversations, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It certainly is, the interaction. I mean, whether it's recorded or live, you want to have that interaction, and the hope is that, people will enjoy it. We're doing it because we enjoy it.
Yeah.
But, we're hoping that the viewer will enjoy it, and it will inspire something within the viewer.
It's 5:14 in the morning. I hope you're enjoying it. For you.
I am enjoying it.
Brandon Young sends a super chat in and says, "Did any of you watch The Last Dance?" Oh my God, it was so good. About Michael Jordan's last season with the Bulls.
Yes.
Great documentary. Also, Lael, hope your hand is feeling better.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That documentary, by the way, is amazing.
It's amazing, and here's the thing: like, it's crazy because that documentary, it was done so well, because they basically, like, the flashbacks to that last championship run, once Jordan came back, after his father passed, when he decided to step away and retire from basketball to play baseball. I still have the number 45 jersey. I still got that. When he played for the Sox, still got that. But I still got that jersey. But
as you should.
Exactly. But one of the biggest things now is the simple fact that, and I don't know if you've heard, like, there is a backlash between both Scottie Pippen and Jordan right now. That as I'm like, I couldn't.
Wait, people are talking shit about Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan?
No. So what it is there is beef right now, major
Oh.
dysfunction between Scottie Pippen and Jordan, because Scottie Pippen, felt as though the way he was portrayed
In
in the
that documentary?
film,
Yeah.
in the documentary, and then on top of that, he's talked about how, he said that he was upset at himself that he never really got it, that he never told, or sent his condolences to Jordan when his father passed. You know what I mean? Like he
Oh.
never did that. And it somewhat caused a rift because there's a lot going on. Scottie Pippen's felt as though he should have had more shine, and I don't know. It's he's wrote a book. Like there's a lot that's actually going on, but that documentary, that Last Dance documentary, is phenomenal.
It's really good.
It's so good. You know what I mean? Just to know those days, and what was going on behind the scenes, the thought pattern, even when he signs to the Bulls, the first, and people don't understand, like those first couple of years of him playing was rough. Like, I mean, it was really rough. They hadn't won a championship for a few years, and people
Right.
think that all of a sudden he got signed and all that. No, the thing is, Jordan has earned his stripes. He's earned the title of being one of the greatest of all times because he did it with one individual team, and he basically stuck through, regardless of what you want to actually say about him, regardless of anybody want to say how competitive he is. He earned that. Like, he's earned that space, and that documentary shows it.
Let me ask you both something. I feel that there's lots of crazy shit going on in our world today, but in terms of culture, we talk a lot about cancel culture, this, that, and the other thing. But I do feel that there is and I don't understand this, there is a movement away from people who are excellent. That there is something going on that if somebody is great at something, demonstrably great, historically great, people that are great, like that there is, well, people are like, well, they're not that great. And there is a weird, like I grew up in a world where when somebody was great at something, I don't care what, if you're great at breeding orchids, or I love people that are good at their jobs, that are good at what they do. I love excellence because I admire it. I learn from it. And the people that are excellent spent their lives striving to be excellent. So that's something to admire. And I feel now that we live in a world where that kind of excellence is now shunned.
Yeah.
I mean, am I wrong? I mean, I don't.
Nah.
And it's here's the thing. In our quest for everyone to be, look, I believe in equality. I think all human souls should have equality. I do not believe in equity.
Yeah.
I don't. I can't, because we're all different. We're not the same. People are bigger and taller and smarter and faster. And everybody's built differently. And this idea that everybody, like, I want to have a more just and verdant world, but I never want to live in a world where there aren't human beings like Michael fucking Jordan.
Yeah.
I want to live in a world where Stanley Kubrick existed.
Yeah.
You know, Winston Churchill, foibles and all. You know, but here was a guy that got up and rallied the troops and made sure that Nazis were defeated. There's nothing wrong with celebrating excellence, is there?
Nah. The thing is, it's not, because if we didn't have this level of greatness in the world, then what would we have to strive for? What would we have to look forward to in our own selves? Like, to say that it is possible. You know what
But
I mean?
I wonder, are we living in a world where we're taking that away from people? Like,
Yeah, we are.
I think it's weird. Like,
We are.
I want to admire people. I want to admire greatness.
Yeah.
And by the way, someone else's greatness, like I said, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't make me any better and any worse or any worse.
No.
I want. What do you? Weigh in on this one. Come on.
This is a good question, and I think that there's nothing wrong with criticizing individuals because we're not perfect beings, but we have to celebrate accomplishments and give people credit where credit is due. And I always say that in the United States in particular, nobody gives you credit for anything. So if you're seeking that, if that's something that you have to have, you're not going to get it here. Your best bet is to just do what makes you happy and don't seek out that recognition, because it's just not really a realistic expectation. Now, when we do see people who are, let's say, have reached that level of excellence, no matter what it is, I think that people get mixed reactions about it, maybe because they feel that it's an unobtainable goal for them. Yeah. And I think that what made Star Trek so appealing, and if a story like that so appealing, was that in a sense, you had a society where everyone had the opportunity to reach their goals and their dreams. And even the bad guys are trying to get what they want. Like in like when the guy who's trying to get to the Nexus, and ironically, Picard told him, "Look, I can help you get." Between Picard's crew, he's like, "We can help you get into this thing. You don't have to like blow up a whole planet to get there." And Thorne is like, no. I'm not waiting anymore. I've waited 75 years or however long it was. But I think what's interesting about it is that even the bad guy would have gotten what he wanted, let's say, theoretically speaking. And that's exactly, he was trying to talk him off the ledge. He had to force his hand, of course. But the idea that you could find a solution to something like this, that seems impossible. Like how could you even create something like this? Well, this is what we're saying. The impossible is possible. And we want a world where people can achieve that level of excellence. And if you do get a society where people are getting, or satiated because they're doing what they want to do with their life, and, and they're getting that satisfaction out of their life, I think that we won't have a situation anymore of this criticism of people's accomplishments, and recognition will almost be, not even needed, because we would be at such a level of a plane of social existence that we'd just be happy for one another for what we've been able to do. And so, Star Trek is trying to create a scenario where that exists. And, it's a fictitious story.
Well, it was trying to create that.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is it's a fictitious story of what it might look like.
Right.
And, that's something we can strive for. Or perhaps if it's not exactly like Star Trek, the theme of it is that we can do better. And this is an example of where we could go. Yeah. So, that's how I look at that scenario. And I think it's something very important to think about, because, this is not a perfect world. And, when you start to throw wrenches into the cogs of machinery that people have worked so hard to create, it's, as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't feel good. And, if that makes you feel good to do something like that, that's your business. But for me, that doesn't feel good. So I don't strive for that. And I'd like to think that other people who care about, the humans in this world, don't want to have those ill feelings towards others as well. So, let's just keep it positive. And, as you said, I think people need to stop comparing themselves to others.
Yeah.
And just, go on and be happy for other people. Like, practice being happy for others,
By the way, it is a choice. You make a conscious choice to be happy.
Yeah.
Happiness doesn't just happen. You have to choose to be happy.
Yeah.
And find the things that make you happy. You have to choose to find them. And my whole life, I mean, to me, I've been a geek, imagination connoisseur my whole life. and since I was a little kid, all I've received is jolts of awesomeness as I've gotten older. I mean, whether I was a kid, the toys, the 12-inch G.I. Joe figures in the 70s, or Star Trek became an animated Star Trek, and Mego came out with first licensed figures, Star Trek, Planet of the Apes, even Wizard of Oz, and all the things I loved, I've been given them my whole life. It's just we now live in the post-geek singularity where I never thought we reached critical mass, and it contracted into a black hole and exploded into awesomeness. I mean, it's amazing. As a geek or an imagination connoisseur, everything we've loved is now part of the mainstream. You can get anything you want. As a celebration, I never thought I'd live in that world.
Yeah.
And to me, that just proves that life's pretty fucking awesome. Now, is that to say that half of life sucks? Of course, half of life sucks. There's injustice in the world, and there's terminal diseases, and there's people get hit by cars. One of the men who went with William Shatner past the Kármán line into space died in a plane crash yesterday.
Yeah.
One of the men who went to space on the Blue Origin rocket with William Shatner died in a plane crash. An entrepreneur that was worth more money than I'll ever make in my entire life. He died in a small plane crash.
Damn.
I'm still here. That guy who was worth way more than me, and he went into space with William Shatner. I mean, for me, could you get cooler? He died in a plane crash yesterday. He's gone.
Wow.
I'm still here talking on YouTube, and a man who went to space with James T. motherfucking Kirk is no longer with us.
Yeah.
So you have to ask yourself, I mean, if you want to measure your accomplishments in life or whatever, I think the world is a pretty great place. And
It is.
we're doing some good stuff. Anything you want as an imagination connoisseur, we're getting it all.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that I criticize, like, oh, well, this Inglorious Bastards 4K remaster might not be as great as because it's a 2K upscale. The fact that I'm bitching about that, I mean, come on. That's where we're at in life.
The gentleman's name is Glenn DeVries, and he was an entrepreneur who unfortunately lost his life. I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, in a plane. But you know what? You know what I have to say? Before he lost his life, he went into fucking orbit with William Shatner.
He did.
He probably lost his life very quickly. But you know what? He lived because of his own work and his tireless efforts. He was able to afford a trip on that rocket. He made it happen for himself, and I only hope that I can achieve a dream on that magnitude a week before or 2 weeks before I go out, because it was a stupid way to go, but it shows that, as they said in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, life is fleeting.
Yes.
Madness takes its toll. And he did get to go to space. So
that's true. That is very true.
And I was very sad, actually, when I read that. A small plane, him and his friend were in it, and that was it, man.
And it crashed. Man. Condolences, but he actually got a chance to do something that he probably had, never believed would be possible.
Right.
And to reach that level.
And as a kid, he probably never believed it possible.
Yes.
By the way, this is a change of pace. Now we're getting a little too melancholy and midnight metal.
Oh.
Lizzie Venus. Oh, Liz, I love this one. Lizzie Venus says, Robin Leal, have either of you seen the 1/6 scale Corvus Glaive Raven Blade by Toys Battalion? It dropped yesterday morning.
Did.
Lizzie?
Yes, I did.
I will have the Black Order. All of them.
Yes, I did.
I might have pre-ordered that. I will not confirm nor deny that.
Yes. Because the thing is, put it this way. We have that, and we only have one more to go.
Yep.
One more to go. And we got Proxima Midnight. We got Corvus Glaive. We got Ebony Maw. We just need one more.
Yeah. But I think
One
we
more.
got that. I think somebody also dropped that figure.
They dropped. Well, see, I don't know if they dropped that particular figure. I know we have it as a statue.
No, I think
Um,
I want to say it wasn't. Maybe I'm thinking maybe I'm confused. I think it might be Raven Blade. That was what I saw.
yeah, it's because we got well, it's Raven, but it's Corvus Glaive. So we
Yeah.
got the that version. We got yeah. So we have three out of the four. We just need the fourth one.
See, my Moducase dream is the Thanos triptych. I've got the 3 Thanos figures, and I want the Black Order right there, and then I want to have Loki and the Chitauri guards. I want to have a whole. If I
The
can
whole
do
dichotomy
that.
there. That being
Is that your conjuring, Robert?
I was conjuring, or I could be like Bernadette from Zoom. There we go. I'm Bernadette. That's a really old deep cut. Uh, um, Darth Plato says, "You're not wrong, Rob. What's going on is a concerted effort to force people into conformity, to turn stones into bricks. Stones are unique people. Bricks are people forced to conform. It's a battle that's been going on since the Tower of Babel, or Babel." Here's the thing. I think yes, you're right, but we live in a world now where, on one hand, there's a constant push pull, because even on YouTube, individuals win out. I mean, YouTube has provided a platform where, look at us. We've been talking for now 2 hours and 33 minutes.
Yes.
No one stopped us. I mean,
No
we're all goof people. And no one's come on and said, no one's interrupted. There hasn't been like a beep. We interrupt this conversation. Lael Rockwell and Robert Meyer Burnett are insidious. They're against the state. We've sent out AIs to whatever. We haven't got to that point yet.
yeah.
But what's great is that we're still sharing all of our, info, and that's what YouTube has done. And while I'm sure it threatens a lot of people, there's a lot of people like, I don't want to see, Nazi propaganda. By the way, they lost. So if you're a Nazi, fuck you, because you are on the losing side. Why are you doing that? But you don't want to see that. You don't want people spewing racist rhetoric or whatever, because to me that's counterproductive. It's counterproductive on many different levels. And you will always lose. You need to bet on the human spirit. You always need to bet on humanity, because you will not lose ultimately. And there are people, if you're afraid of your fellow man being able to take away something from you, you should step up your game and have something to offer that no one can take away from you. If you're worrying about your way of life being trampled by other human beings, don't. What you should be doing is figuring out how you can make your life better.
You can improve. Exactly.
How you can improve it. No one can take away your life. No one. Unless, murderer comes up and cracks your ass or puts a bullet in your skull. But the fact is, again, it doesn't matter how good someone else is. It doesn't make you any better or any worse. You need to step up the game. Life is hard, and then you die. It's important that you be the best person you can be. And that is hard, and it takes work.
Yes, it is. Yes,
That's all you need to do.
Yes, it does.
And no one else can take that away from you.
Mm-hmm.
No one.
Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
One of the biggest things is that, and I've always said, my dad used to say that. He was like, you need to celebrate accomplishments. Celebrate those accomplishments, because again, it's something that is inspirational for you, and to let you know that you are at that level where you can achieve. You know what I mean? Like that's the truth. Like honestly, I believe that. Like, you know what I mean? And that's pretty much, where my dad sat. Like he was always like one of my heroes, greatest of all time. I've always had a hero in different aspects. Whether it was a comedian, whether it was a sports enthusiast, you know what I mean. One of like of I would actually say someone who I've always inspired to be and
Hmm.
wanted to be, because just mainly because of his uh, philanthropist. He was just an individual who was really in the now, but also he spoke very well and eloquently about society, about our place in society, and also about humanity as and even that color line. Is Harry Belafonte. I love Harry Belafonte. You know what I mean? Because he is a brilliant individual and he
Yeah.
is someone who has seen things happen firsthand, and he is a hero of mine. I've read all his books, his literature. I've read everything about the man, and he's just brilliant. But one of the things that he actually says is, if you can't inspire to be great, like if you can't inspire to want to be great as an individual, if you don't have aspirations to be great, then you'll never know what it means. You'll never ever know what it means to be alive, what it means to basically be the person you have to thrive to be at the highest level of your potential. Regardless of what a person tells you, if they tell you that you can't do it, if they tell you that you shouldn't do it, you have to thrive to prove them wrong. And I think that when we in spaces like this, for us as content creators and as people who strive to be great, I don't think, and because we were talking about like the cancel culture. We're talking about how big that is right now. Like it is like, and I said this on my page before. I was like, yo, the cancel culture is more powerful than the government and any superhero that you've actually read in the comics. Because one word, one thing, they can pick one thing from you, and one word can completely shut down someone's livelihood.
Yep.
Literally,
Yep.
if it's the it can, and that's the danger of it. It's okay to basically go against things that you don't like, but have the source material behind it before you objectify a person. Like seriously, don't do that. But this is the state of the world that we actually live in, is where, like you said, someone we were brought up to celebrate greatness and love the people that were great, and we followed them and we admired them, and it pushed us to be. Now we live in a society that if you're great, you're shunned upon. Oh, he's not. He's overrated. This person's overrated. Oh yeah, they're overrated. They're not as great as. I'm like, really? Like, you're really taking it away from them? Like, I mean, I understand you want to have a voice, and mostly we live in a society where clicks mean more than everything else. But I'm like, literally, you're taking that level of greatness away from an individual because of your own. I mean, you may not like that person for who they are, but you can't take away from their accomplishments. Like
Right.
literally, it's just strange. Like it's just a strange world we live in right now.
No, it is, and I guess the question remains: who do we want to be? What is it we want to accomplish? I mean, we live in our lives are so finite in terms of the universe. We're If you look at the vast infinitude of the cosmos, our lives don't even register. Our lives are literally meaningless as far as the
Hmm.
universe goes. They're not meaningless to us, though.
Yeah.
And the real question is, you are responsible for giving your own life meaning.
Hmm.
And
Definitely.
how do you do that?
Hmm.
And I think that's what I don't think people are teaching that. And I think we need to learn, how do you give yourself meaning? Can you give your permission to give yourself meaning?
Yeah.
Because even right now, the three of us having a conversation like this, maybe one person out there is like, yeah, man, right. I thought my life sucked, but hearing you say that, I realized it's not that bad, and maybe I can do something else.
Yeah, true, true, very true, man. And that's the thing is like, look, people can speak. We look, people can have, if you want to speak, if you want to have a voice, if you don't, if you're opinionated about certain things, that's welcome. That is highly welcome. Like
Yep.
we welcome that because I'd rather basically live in society or be a part of something that where we don't all agree. Like where it's not we're not a platform filled of yes men and women. You know what I mean? Like we can all talk about our disagreements,
Dude, Will
but if something you don't like,
Foxification in Olive Garden's a perfect example.
exactly right,
I mean,
exactly right.
I like Olive Garden, but I wouldn't take a date there.
Nah,
Well, that might be all that's available in his area right now. So, that's something else to think
hey,
about.
during the pandemic here, Olive Garden was the go to and it was a lifesaver if you wanted to actually wine and dine because that was the only place that was open during the pandemic. It was
To
crazy.
be honest,
Mhm.
their fettuccine alfredo is pretty dope. Just saying. I know that's like everyone's like fettuccine alfredo. Like I'm a guy that still has like, to me, I understand fettuccine alfredo is like the McDonald's of Italian dishes. I
Yeah,
understand, but it's still good
yeah, it
and
is.
I love it.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
So,
Yeah, it
but
is,
yeah,
man.
Well, Lael, you had mentioned Harry Belafonte and his
Yeah,
role, of
yes,
course, as an American icon. And,
yes,
um, my mother, and I've probably mentioned this before several times, my mother watches Turner Classic Movies 24/7.
yeah,
And, I see a lot of these films. Of course, Belafonte's the peak of his career, let's say, was in the 50s and 60s. And, part of that career that he had was that, and I believe that he made records as well as a vocal.
yeah,
Day-o.
yeah,
Okay. But
yeah.
I'm not quite sure
Day-yo.
that everybody here knows that, so I'm just have to, kind of mention it as a courtesy to the rest of the viewers and listeners here. And he made this film. Harry Belafonte made this film in 1959. I would have never seen this film if my mother
Mm.
was not watching Turner Classic Movies, as you know.
Yeah.
And the movie was called The World, the Flesh, and the Devil.
In the devil,
Dude,
And
yep,
oh my God.
yes.
Okay, first of all, can I just stop you right there?
okay,
I want to give. Let me just stop and give it up.
yeah,
Let me give it up to
okay,
for bringing up the world, the flesh, and the devil,
In the
because this is a
devil.
great genre film. This is a
Yeah.
film that imagination connoisseurs should know, and I want to just stop. All of us just deserves all of our admiration for bringing this film
The
up
world,
because
the
it's
flesh,
something
and the
that
devil.
it hasn't been talked about much. I just want to thank you. That's why I have you on this show, because this is a moment
Yep.
where I sit back and I just look at you in awe and wonder. Thank you for bringing this up. Everyone should see this. This is a film from my youth. Please continue.
Well, in the film, it's a black and white film from 1959, and what drew me to the film actually was a number of different things. Of course, as soon as I saw Harry Belafonte's name in it, I wanted to see the film, and I had never seen it before. And Lael, like
Had you
you're
heard of
lucky
it?
to. No, I hadn't, but of course, my
Yeah.
mother knew all about it. Because she, as I told
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
I'm surprised she hasn't memorized Turner Classic Movies movie schedules by now. And she's like, "Oh, they showed that 2 weeks ago or whatever." But and I'm sure Lael feels the same way. It's like when you see a film with him, like you kind of like pause and look and see what the film is about. Now,
Yeah.
the thing that I really liked about the film, which had actually nothing to do with the plot whatsoever, was the fact that there's like a singing vignette of Harry Belafonte
Well,
singing in the film. And this was not what I was expecting from a film that is supposed to be about the apocalypse.
yeah.
Because
Can I ask you to please explain what the movie's about?
yes, it's a science fiction film where there's
Yeah.
been some sort of all the world population is wiped out. And Harry
Post-apocalyptic.
Belafonte plays a gentleman who is a miner. When I say a miner, a coal miner or something, he's down deep in the ground. And when he reemerges, he finds out that all of New York's, that everybody's gone. And he does encounter two other people, Mel Ferrer and that really beautiful
Mhm.
actress whose name I can't. Inger Stevens, this
Yeah.
gorgeous, is she Scandinavian?
Yeah.
This gorgeous, Scandinavian actress. And everybody knows Mel Ferrer. Like, he's a very well-known actor as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
and the ensemble of the three of them is very interesting because, as I said, what happens is it's an apocalyptic film. It's the apocalypse. There's no one
Yep.
alive anymore.
Right.
But you have this section of the film because you had to have Belafonte sing in this film because at the time he was probably the number one selling artist, in the country. And so, he's singing in there and I'm like, this is amazing. I'm like, this is a science
Yeah.
fiction film. But then I started to realize, I said, this is more like an art film to me.
Mhm.
And it is.
Trying to establish a scenario where, you basically have this black man and this white man who are left on Earth and this beautiful woman. And this tension between the three of them, honestly, it's not sort of just tension between Mel and Belafonte, but there's tension between Inger too, as a woman, as
Yeah.
being, let's say, the only woman there. And how are they going to work this whole thing out? And
It's like, who gets the last girl? Who gets the girl? The last woman on
that's
Earth.
correct.
Yep.
Like literally, like that's what it was. Like they were fighting for that. It was crazy.
Yes. And I thought that it was such an interesting approach and would have
Yeah.
been considered extremely avant-garde in 1959. Like this
Yeah.
would have been like such an odd pairing. They wouldn't have wanted to see Harry Belafonte, fighting over Inger with Mel
Yeah.
Ferrer. But that was
Yeah.
perhaps maybe the point of the story itself. And then there's even a part where they kind of walk by the UN and it's kind of like sending a message, that there's some importance here, even though everybody's gone, we still have to get along in the story. But Harry Belafonte had a way of choosing films that were culturally significant at the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
And his contributions, not only his vocal contributions, which are astounding, he would make these films that even now, it grabbed my attention. And that was I think it was in 2019 when I saw that film for the first time. So it made an impact on me. And, I'm not going to say the entire occurrences of films because you should just go ahead and check it out if you have
You gotta
time.
watch it, yeah.
But, he was that type of an individual who felt the importance of, making movies that made a difference and had a statement. And it was a statement done right. He didn't want to have, a situation where someone's going into one other person's neighborhood and they say, get out of here. And they use it call them a bad word. It was nothing like that. This was a brand new scenario, a presented scenario that could be a possibility with people fearing, the Cold War, I guess, just starting at that time. And I just really thought it was an intelligent approach to these interpretation of the two stories, which was The Purple Cloud and The End of the World by Ferdinand Reyer, which I have not read. I haven't read them. But, for those of you who have read those, this was just such a beautiful portrayal and adaptation of the story. And it's worth looking at. But Harry Belafonte would do cool stuff like this.
Yep.
Because
By the way,
last thing yes.
he's still here.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
He's 94 years old.
He is.
And
Yes.
he was born March 1st, 1927.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an amazing. He was the first artist in America who sold. Hang on, I'm looking at something. 1 million copies of an album or a record.
I'm not surprised.
He has a Grammy, an Emmy, and a Tony.
Yes.
Mhm.
So,
I'm not surprised.
and he's Caribbean too. He's not.
Yes.
He brought the Caribbean musical style. He's an amazing guy, and he still hasn't stopped working.
Nah, still hasn't.
Well, Robert, what was your impressions of the film, if you have one?
Well, okay. The first time I saw, when I was a kid, every Sunday in Seattle, we had 5 channels. And Channel 11 had Sci-Fi Theater.
Mm-hmm.
And they would show at 2 o'clock on Sunday. So I had to go to Sunday school. I went to Temple D. Hirsch Sinai because I was a Jew. And I hated it. I fucking hated it. And I have to go to Sunday school on Sunday and then Sunday school on Tuesday nights. So my parents were not religious at all, but my mother, to save face or whatever, and I was adopted. So she I had to go to Sunday school to prove that she was a good Jew. It's fine. And what I found I liked Sunday school because it was interesting. Like I was like, oh, okay, we're learning about biblical stories, and I was fascinated by all of it. And I was bar mitzvahed, and I had to learn Hebrew, and so people are like, well, Rob, you don't look like you're Jewish. I'm like, well, Jews aren't really a race; it's a religion. Yeah, but they're Sephardic, and I was like, whatever. I can't. So what am I? I was made fun of. I was called the Nazi infiltrator to my Hebrew school. It was weird.
Wow.
Yeah, because I'm like the Irish, French, German white dude. And that's true, but whatever. So the thing about if you were Jewish in the 70s and the 80s, you met a lot of people that were concentration camp survivors.
Yes.
And one of the things that used to freak me out about the Holocaust. Forget the deaths and it wasn't just 6 million Jews, it was 6 million other people as well. It was 12 million people. LGBTQ people, political dissenters. It was 12 million people that were industrially exterminated by the greatest war machine the world has ever seen. And by the way, if you don't believe in it, the great thing about the Germans is they're so great in terms of documenting everything. You can probably find out where every one of those 12 million people went.
Yep.
Because the records are there. So Holocaust deniers, fuck y'all. You haven't done the research. Flat earthers, sorry. Planet's not flat. But whatever. So and people are like, well, Rob, how do you know the planet isn't flat? I'll tell you what. You can make your own balloon and send up your own GoPro. You can do it. It's not that expensive. Make it a father-son or father-daughter or a family effort. You can send a balloon up into orbit and find out what the curvature of the Earth is. But I digress. So here's the thing about the world of flesh and the devil. At the time, the film was incredibly politically provocative. It was incredibly meaningful. And the idea that like a black man emerges doing his job, emerges into a world where there's one woman and a white dude he's competing with.
Yep.
I mean, it was a big fucking deal.
Yep.
And it was not everyone's cup of tea. But I mean, and the thing about now, people have to understand something. Harry Belafonte, there are people that were able to say, well, he's not really black, he's Caribbean, and there's all kinds of ways to play that off. And if you look at the racial history there's a great movie now that's out called Passing.
Yes.
That is based on
Netflix. Yep.
On Netflix, a Harlem Renaissance novel that's been turned into a film by Rebecca Hall, believe it or not, who directed it, who isn't black, and yet the film it's pretty extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things about the world of flesh and the devil is it's incredibly provocative, but they got away with it because it's a genre movie. It's a science fiction post-apocalyptic story. Yeah. And we have a viewer from New Zealand watching. It's interesting about the world, the flesh, and the devil because it reminds me of a more modern film that was directed by Jeff Murphy, a New Zealand director, called The Quiet Earth. And the premise of that is there's I hope something happened. I don't know what. Oh, well, what the hell? What? As I'm live now, my computer is doing something crazy, and it's been taken over. My computer's been taken over. So Lael and come back. you'll just pop in again. I don't know what's going on here. Please come back. Hopefully you will. So anyway, what I was talking about was this movie called The Quiet Earth. It is a New Zealand science fiction film directed by Jeff Murphy, and it is set in Auckland, and there is a calamity that happens, and all the humans on Earth disappear, except ultimately a Maori man and a white woman. And it's very similar to the world, the flesh, and the devil in a way. Theoretically, you know what? I'll tell you what I have to do. I bet I have to disconnect and reconnect the previous session. Maybe you guys. Now you're back. No, you're back, right?
Back?
You're back. I don't know
Am
what
I
happened.
back?
Yeah, that was a
Oh,
weird thing.
great.
It was.
That
I don't know what happened.
Really weird.
You know what? Something flickered in here. It went.
Oh.
And I'm like,
okay.
We are back.
what the heck was that?
We are back.
So
It
I
could
was
be
talking.
updates in the system that stop the connection.
It was very bizarre. I'm like, wait, what? And then you both just disappeared.
But you were telling us about the movie and how in 1959 it was very political, and I didn't hear the rest.
Well, no, it was a very. It's basically you have a black man, but by the way,
A
let's
very
face
attractive black
it,
man.
but a black man that was palatable to the masses.
Yes, and very attractive. I'm sorry,
You know,
I said that more than once.
Harry Belafonte is a very attractive man.
Yes.
But I mean, Lael could probably speak to this better than I could. But people like Harry Belafonte and Sidney Poitier.
Yes.
Unfortunately, and look, when you deal with racist fucks like Americans, and the fact that you can't just go from 0 to 60 immediately, and like Lena Horne, oh yeah, she's black. Well, sure, but she's not. Americans could say, and everyone, and I love Lena Horne. People are like, well, yeah, she's black. I mean, American racial history and entertainment is an indictment of racism. I mean, it explains that Americans are racist fucks. I mean, I hate to say it. And so if you look at someone like Sidney Poitier, he wasn't really black. He was Afro-Caribbean, and he was multi-ethnic, and he's like the acceptable black man. And as you know, Lael, any black person in America has had to deal with, well, there's been progress. Okay, sure. So we'll look at all our trailblazers, but even they were marginalized. You could only have a certain kind of a person. And Ibrahim, X or look, the thing about racism is that when it comes right down to it, we just have to admit we're racist fucks.
Yep.
And I don't think we're born racists. Like Robin DiAngelo would tell us, that's learned behavior. You are taught to be a racist over time. And in American history, who doesn't like Harry Belafonte? Who doesn't like him? Well, we all do. And then, but we like him when you hear him on the radio, but when you put him front and center as a leading man in a movie,
yes,
then it's like, and that film is like, oh, there's like some hot white chick and a white dude and a really handsome, talented black man who, by the way, probably had a bigger dick than the white dude. So he's got like, but these are all fears. Let's face it. There's a reason why they made Mandingo in the 70s. Dino De Laurentiis. It was from Paramount, the same studio that brought you Chinatown and Star Trek and The Godfather, brought you Mandingo in the 70s.
But why did they choose to have, and I just from an artistic standpoint, it's understandable. But for the average person, why did they choose to have Harry Belafonte sing? And it wasn't like it was a good segment of music
But you know why?
that focused on him because he was a popular artist at the time. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
they
saying?
had to because it's like, and it was also another way to defray. I mean, that was a very politically charged, crazy
Because
movie.
it's the end of the world, Robert. You're not going to feel like singing then, right?
Well, no, but you know what? The masses, if they know Harry Belafonte can sing the Banana Boat song, even if it's the apocalypse, you have to have our token mixed race black man sing a song so those white folks will at least sit down and watch the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Yeah.
it
seemed like
is.
a way. It seemed like it was a way to. I think. And I mean, if you look at the film, it was shoehorned in. It was shoehorned in a way, but it was. I think, as much as it was shoehorned in, I think it was needed. It was a needed transition in that particular
I agree.
film, because what it was is it kind of broke up. It kind of, because we're, I mean, the thing is, you're dealing with, and I what because there's so many influences from this film people don't really understand. Like, you have certain films like Z for Zachariah, which
Yep.
Loretta Ejiofor and Margot Robbie and Chris Pines,
Yep.
they were in that film. So that was basically a derivative from that film.
It absolutely was, by the way.
Exactly, it was. So, you know what I mean? We didn't get that in that film, but I think for what it was, and especially how, and for Harry Belafonte, it was done well enough because it was needed for that particular film. It was needed for the moment. They created a beautiful, brilliant art piece, but it was needed to kind of break up because the thing is, you gotta figure, like, back then, something of that darker nature and that dark tone, because even the film
What do you
itself
mean
got
that
shunned
dark tone, Lale?
You know
Come
what I
on
mean?
now. What
Like,
do you mean?
it got shunned for its it did in so many different ways. It got shunned because of the narrative, because of its nature, because the post-apocalyptic, and people thought it was very dark in nature. So what they had to do was bring it up a bit.
Yeah.
So that's why that was actually just entered into that film. You know what I
And
mean?
plus, I mean, you
That's a very
can't.
that's incredibly. I'm sorry, Rob. That's incredibly insightful, and I'm glad
Yeah.
you mentioned that too. And of course, Harry Belafonte is the one person who could provide a performance like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also think that, when you hire people who have made, like, he made his mark in the 50s. I have to look back on when it was 59, The World of Flesh and the
Yes,
Devil.
it was 59.
Yeah.
So
1959, yep.
yeah, so they had to, Hollywood thinking, well, you can't have Harry Belafonte in a movie if you don't have him sing. Well,
Yes.
someone's like, well, sir, it's a post-apocalyptic film.
Yes.
Well, let's
Yes.
lighten the mood. If Harry Belafonte is saying, can't he sing the Banana Boat song at the end of the world? And, well, maybe something else. But I mean, it's and what's really interesting, that movie in particular. We live in a world where people are screaming about racism and all this, and they have no context or history. I mean, 1959 is a lot. There was still Jim Crow laws in the South.
Yep.
The marches in Selma, or Martin Luther King, and had he given his? I don't think he'd given his "I Had a Dream" speech then. Had he?
Not yet. And here's the thing.
No, not yet. I don't think.
It wasn't done that. So here's the thing, because even Harry Belafonte talked about it, even with that particular film. When they wrapped on that film, like, the film had wrapped, and he said he never forgets, like, they had gone to, like, a restaurant, and it was still one of those situations where they had to enter from a different section, because still at that time, him being black or mixed still was
Right.
frowned upon, and they
Which
didn't-
might have been
so it
even
took-
worse,
Yeah, it
because
was
you
even worse.
race traitors on both ends.
Exactly.
Mother and
So he was
father,
looked at in
terrible.
So many different ways. So you're right. He selected films that had political undertones, but at the same time were, like, with that particular film, it was like a sci-fi type of feel. It was, like a sci-fi post-apocalyptic feel to it. But he selected it because of the undertone.
Yeah, because it could go under the radar. People are like, well,
Yeah.
that's exactly what Rod Serling did in The Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Network standards and practices said, well, you can't talk about these things. But he got away with it because he knew that he'd just be, well, it's a Twilight Zone. It's not the real world. And same with Star Trek. You know, you couldn't talk about the Vietnam War. You couldn't talk about racism. You couldn't do any of that on prime time. But Star Trek's like, well, it's an action adventure science fiction fantasy show, and they're like, oh, okay. Yeah. They didn't know, they didn't understand. And the world, the flesh, and the devil is exactly like that too.
Yep. Exactly.
You know, and at the time, I mean, we now look at it and think, like you said, he had to enter. Most people don't even get. You know, now. They have no idea. They're like, wow, you know, you were all born racist. I'm like, you should have seen. I mean, I wasn't there. I wasn't born either. But I'm like, you should have looked at the Jim Crow era. Do you guys really get what it was like? I mean, you're talking about everyone. The equality that people have now is 1,000 times more equal than it was 60 years ago. And yet no one knows that. And so everyone's bitching and moaning and complaining. It's like, yeah, no one cares now. Mixed race relationships, some people might, but they're clinging to old ideas. But look, man, everyone loves Halle Berry.
Yes, and you brought up the film Passing, the documentary Passing, and I couldn't help but think of
well, no, it's a narrative. It's an adaptation of an actual Harlem Renaissance novel. It's not a documentary.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. You brought up Passing, and I couldn't help but think of the movie Imitation of Life, which I guess might have been the version there. I know of two versions. One with Lana Turner, and another one with Claudette Colbert.
Yep.
That was made in even earlier, maybe in 1930 or something like that. And both of those films were controversial, and they were both about passing. So, you know, that's a theme that I don't even know what people think about passing nowadays, honestly. But in 1930 and 1950, when it was made, you know, it was considered very controversial too, and probably made around the time of the Harry Belafonte picture.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, I just wonder. I mean, this kind of racism is very much an American thing. There's all kinds of racism around the world. I mean, in Asian cultures, one Asian culture hates another Asian culture, and we're thinking, well, we don't know the difference, which is also racist. So we don't know. But the it's such a bizarre. I mean, this is the kind of thing that makes me want aliens to invade the Earth, because the aliens are like, we don't give a fuck what your color is or what your differences are. You're human beings. We want your planet. You're all
World
vermin
domination, that's
to
all
us.
we want.
You know, and that's kind of the way I look at it. I mean, I've talked about this on my show that the first woman I was ever in love with was Nichelle Nichols. And
yes.
I didn't understand racism until I was like 8. And I'm like, to me, Nichelle Nichols was just Lieutenant Uhura.
Yeah.
You know, there wasn't, to me, it was just, that was what she was. And when she, in Mirror, Mirror, when you saw her tummy, her exposed midriff, I'm like, oh. I was like, I have to have some of that. I didn't even know. I was like 5. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. I felt a stirring in my loins. I'm like, oh my God, amazing. But I didn't, you know, it never occurred to me, because when you're watching Star Trek, like as a little kid, I didn't think Lieutenant Uhura was her color. That was just her. Like, it was just the way she looked. I didn't sit there and go, oh, she's black, as opposed to being white or Chinese or whatever. I'm like, no, that's just what she looked like. Mm-hmm. It took me until I was like 8 years old, and I had a conversation. I want to say I was in the 1st grade, 2nd grade, and I was talking about my love of Lieutenant Uhura, and I heard the N-word for the first time spoken.
Wow.
Out loud. And I didn't understand. I was like, but that's kind of like an onomatopoeia. It's an ugly word. And
Yeah.
I didn't know what it meant, but it still
Terrible
sounded ugly. It's just an ugly word.
Yeah.
And I went home and I remember talking to my mom and I was upset. I was upset to her, and I've talked about this with her before. And I said, I said, Mom, I explained what happened, and she took me aside and she tried to explain, and I was like, why wouldn't someone like Lieutenant Uhura? I mean, she's on the bridge of the Enterprise. And in my mind, I'm like, I thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. I'm like, have you seen Mirror Mirror? Have you? Her tummy's great. It's come on, who knows? I want to get with her. I didn't know that, but I was like 6. I'm like, I didn't know but I did. And my mom and dad, I had a real problem. Like, I was really upset. I'm like, how can you not? Why would somebody be disparaging? I didn't even know what the word meant. What? And my dad, after he came home and he explained it, and he explained it to me, and I couldn't get it. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I was like, it's the future, Dad. Why would we're in space? I mean, there's aliens.
Yeah. It's just that level of ignorance. And the thing is, it's like, when you think about it, like such, actresses like her, Eartha Kitt, the individuals who have made and created such iconic roles as women, like what they had to go through.
Dude.
Like, it was just unimaginable. And they were iconic. You know what I mean? And these are iconic. And the thing is, it's like, if you think about it, she lived through it all and still maintained a sense of balance, her elegance, her beauty, and became a culture. Like, I guarantee you right now, Rob, if Hot Toys or any other company released
Yes.
a 1/6 scale figure of her, in game,
Yes.
like
And Eartha
literally
Kitt
in game, and Eartha Kitt in
as
game,
Catwoman,
as Catwoman in game, like straight up, it would be over, and it would sell. Because the thing is, you have people who really like that character, who can identify with these characters, and they're iconic. Those iconic pieces would sell quick. But just imagine what those actresses have done and went throughout the years just to get to this moment.
Yes.
Well, I mean, like, right, actually over here, I love my Shuri and my Wakandan throne.
Mhm.
It's funny to me that I guess I've never, if you're a fan of science fiction, fantasy, and horror, you're a genre fan. It has traditionally been a more accepting, unless you're a Hugo Award, somebody who wants to be a part of the sad or rabid puppies, but that's another thing. But I think that science fiction, fantasy, and horror has been more traditionally accepting, because you're dealing with aliens and all that. And look at Star Trek. No one ever said, well, a human woman, Amanda, Spock's mother, is having an interspecies relationship with Spock's Vulcan father. I mean, he's a fucking alien. And she's a white woman. I mean, the ultimate, that is, no one says shit about that. But if you really think about it, it's like, my God, she's boning down with an alien who's not even part of this planet. And yet people like, of course. And in Star Trek in the second season, nobody said anything about it. But man, that was pretty goddamn progressive. You have a human woman, a human white woman who's got, someone's dropping the D from Vulcan on her, and no one's been like, I mean, you might be a racist, but this is like,
shit.
I mean, my God, she's fucking an alien, like, and then they have a kid.
Lucky woman.
I know, right? I mean, but you know what's funny?
Hey,
like,
if Kirk can do it.
Like Eddie Murphy said, green.
Exactly.
But that's the funny thing. I mean, if you look at that stuff, no one really thinks about it, because you have, Jane Wyatt and you have Mark Leonard playing Spock's parents. They're very regal, very beautiful people and all that. But at the end of the day, if you really think about it, it's like, wow, this is and by the way, Star Trek Enterprise followed up on that with their final 2 episodes of the series, Demons and Terra Prime, when there is a Vulcan hybrid and this racist, this humans only organization freaks out about it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
even in the 22nd century, people are still wigged out about that.
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, it's a weird. You know what? Here's the thing.
Bad.
We're lucky that we live on this very small sliver of life in our universe. The fact that we are here at all is so monumentally, mathematically improbable that every single day we should relish the sun hitting our face,
Yes, we
or
should.
holding a child that we love in our arms, or reading a book by someone who died 300 years ago that still has something to say to us today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we need to remember we are very lucky.
Yes, we are.
We inhabit a small, tiny, barely perceptible sliver in the known universe, and here we are. We're very lucky.
Paul in Long Beach says that he believes that George Romero cited this film as inspiration for Night of the Living Dead.
He did. That is true.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did. No, that is
That's
true.
amazing.
Tom Jr. Jackson asks if there is a Zoom call today for members. I think, if I remember, Roberto couldn't do it today, who sets him up because he was doing something, although I should look into that. Maybe there is one. I thought there might be. I don't know. Anthony Gonzalez says, greetings, Midnighters and Rob. I don't know if you got my question last week. I'm not sure if we did. How do I remember as much as I drink? But so here it is again. Rob, if you could interview Avery Brooks right now, but only got 3 questions, what would you ask him? Lael and 3 questions you'd ask to anyone living.
What?
Before I will throw out.
It's Avery Brooks, right? Or is it just any other person?
Yeah, any person living. I'll throw out to you first. If you could sit down with anyone right now who's alive.
Oh my gosh.
And you could sit down with whomever and ask them questions, who would it be?
Yeah, I have to think about this because I haven't ever been given that scenario, that possibility. And maybe the guy who made Virgin Atlantic,
Richard Branson.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like he inspired a lot of other people to go to the point where we are now.
He was the first person to privatize space.
You remember he started, I mean, I don't know exactly how he started off, but I do remember that he had Virgin Records.
Yep.
And, he was into entertainment, and he seemed to, want to, bring or make things more affordable. I don't even know if that's true, but I know when he had a Virgin Record store and got into that. And then he had an airline of his own. And at the time that he had the airline, it was a big deal, Virgin Atlantic Air. And, no one believed he was going to be successful. There were a lot of doubters and people who didn't really support him. But when you hear him speak, he's so passionate and just kind of very down to earth. He doesn't sound like a billionaire. He doesn't sound in this way.
No.
And I'd like to know what he thinks of his legacy and find out exactly what inspired him and kind of go from there. So
Yeah.
Now, what about you, Lael? If you could talk to anyone who's alive right now and sit down and have a conversation, who would it be?
Oh man, I've always said this. If I could sit down with George Lucas right now, literally sit down with him, I would ask him like literally, and it's unusual. There's a couple of questions I would want to ask him because, I would, I would definitely want to ask him about his inspiration for American Graffiti, but also how that translated into his love for science fiction, when how he merged his love for just Western civilization,
Yeah.
Japanese samurai, like how he basically merged those ideas in such an incredible IP, and where he got the confidence to say, I know for a fact that something like this can work and will work, and I'm standing behind it. Like that right there, it's so powerful, for any man or any woman who stands by anything that he or she believes in, to say that, look, I see the potential in this, and
Mm.
there's nothing that you can say to me that is gonna, derail, my passion for seeing this thing through. You know what I mean? Like that is an achievement, to take something that was an idea in your head and make it a $4.5 billion accomplishment. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that right there says so much, in things that we wish that we would have actually had. You know what I mean? That we wish that we could have actually accomplished. And it would be an honor just to sit down and just hearing, just talk about it, and where it came from, and how he sees, like just how hard it might have actually been to say, okay, let me hand this over to someone else to interpret.
Yeah.
Like that would be hard. So it would be, I would love to just sit down and just pick his brain.
No, that's a great answer. I mean, for me, I my hero is Stanley Kubrick as a filmmaker. I really wish that I could have, I've met a lot of filmmakers, a lot of my heroes, but I never met him, and I really wish I could have. So, Simon Section says, has anyone seen White Man's Burden, starring John Travolta and Harry Belafonte?
Yes, I did.
What do you think?
Yes, I did. Loved it. Again, choices. It's the choices that he picks these films. He picks these films with undertones, and he selects them. And the thing is, he blatantly does it. He's unapologetic.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's unapologetic when it comes to it. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what makes him such an iconic individual, and why like he's basically like a hero of mine. Like he is a hero of mine
Mm.
because, like I said, he's dare to be different, but actually also just you gotta leap without a parachute, and just hope that, you know what I mean, you'll land on something great. So he did, and he just took chances, and that's why look, his catalog may not be films that have that are most talked about, but they are really interested bodies of work.
Of course.
Bodies of work
Yes.
that you can look at and say, you know what, I would have probably done the same thing. You know what I mean? I would have done the same thing. You know what I mean? Just because you stood behind something that you believed in. And the film was actually good. It was a pretty good, again, a bit darker tone, but it was a good film. So
Yeah.
yes, loved it.
And I believe he was in the other film that I want to bring up, since we were talking about Harry Belafonte and his legacy, is a film called An Island in the Sun. And it also is about race relations. But I thought it was a very relevant film, especially at the time. And I don't know if anybody here has seen that film, but, it's...
By the way, it was produced by the
Island
producer of Jaws, Daryl Zanuck.
Yes. And if I remember correctly, I think, Joan Collins is in it.
Yep.
And it is an ensemble cast. It was like a lot of big names. James Mason plays one of the main characters, who is a man who was born on the island, and then he's trying to run for office, and then it comes out that he has mixed heritage.
Yep.
So, at the time, that essentially means that he's not going, they're going to be prejudiced against him.
Yeah.
And, I think that the way that it was treated in the film was very, very good.
Yeah.
And Harry Belafonte is also in the film, and I'm pretty sure that he had some hand in the production of that film, seeing his track record and the types of stories that he likes to tell and be involved in.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
No, that interesting. A great point you're making. Very interesting movie with interesting plot and great people involved. By the way,
Yes.
Michael Rennie's in that movie, who played Klaatu in The Day the Earth Stood Still.
That is very interesting.
What can I tell you? Here's a good one. Here's a good question. Stubble McShave says, and this is another news story. What are your thoughts on Peter Jackson selling Weta Digital and joining the $1 billion Filmmakers Club? Peter Jackson did sell Weta Digital to a game company this week for like $1 billion.
Yeah.
And my whole thing is that one of the things I loved about Peter Jackson was all the cheddar that he was being given to make Lord of the Rings. He was building his own entire post-production infrastructure.
Yep.
You know, and what he did was everything he bought, he would rent out to the studios. So when like Last Samurai came down to shoot, or Master and Commander, or what have you, now the Avatar sequels, Peter Jackson used studio money that he was paid for to build facilities that he would then charge the studios more money to come down and use.
Yep.
It was genius. Genius. Peter Jackson is no dummy, and I admire him greatly. He knew what was up and did that. So, yes, good on him.
Definitely.
And that technology was the same that he used to make King Kong from 2005 as well.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and they have an R&D department. I mean, the technology, the software, massive, where you could program gigantic battles, CG battles with characters, and program each character to do something different. I mean, they used that on the Two Towers. Amazing stuff.
Yes, and I in particular to the King Kong story, or his depiction of King Kong with all the creatures in it, and some of the scenes where people are like getting eaten alive, and Jack Black is running through the field just trying to survive, get back to that tramp steamer. I thought that was just such a clever rendition of the film. It was maybe a perfect version of the film.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's a little long, but yeah, it's good. It's good. So what we haven't got to yet,
yes,
is Star Wars.
Yes.
And I just, to wrap up, I mean, we're 3.5 hours going into 4 hours. I mean, I need to go to bed. I need to sleep. I got work to do. However,
yes,
Disney Day, we got to see the Obi-Wan series. We got to see Deborah Chow, the director. We got to see Ewan McGregor. We got to see a lot of concept art that was spoilerific. If you looked at it like, oh my God, they're doing this. So I would ask, I mean, Lael, obviously you're the big Star Wars fan, big Star Wars collector. I would ask you first, I know it was a fleeting glimpse, but what did you think of the Star Wars display for Disney Plus Day?
Listen, that's all I needed to see. Literally, that's all I needed to see. That's all I needed to see. But I'm going to tell you why. Is because I was looking at the art. I mean, it's listen.
Are you going to get that Lego AT-AT? Come on.
Come on.
It's awesome. I saw a review. I'm like, I need that shit.
Listen, exactly. Like what I was basically looking at was the simple fact that, number one, I always look at the concept art. And when I saw that Inquisitor in one of the concept pieces, I was like, I'm sold. When I saw Vader sitting on his throne watching, I was like, I'm sold. And basically seeing old man Kenobi on top of a dewback, I was like, I'm sold. I cannot wait for this show. I cannot wait. And I know Deborah Chow is going to do it justice.
Yep.
I cannot wait for this show. I'm
and
just
we've been waiting for 3 years. Lael and I have been waiting for this for 3 years because they kept announcing it. And
so let me ask you this: do you think that I mean, not to use more racial imagery because it's not racial, but do you guys think that, like, I still love the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I still love Star Wars, despite the fact that the majority of the movies I don't like. But I like the concept, and I like that Disney's being the custodians of the franchise. So I would ask you guys, do you dislike Disney as a studio and does that hamper your enjoyment,
Nope.
or can you buy all in? Because I don't give a fuck who makes it, as long as it's great
Here's the
characters, a
thing.
great story.
They haven't. Okay, listen. What we got from, okay, of course, what we got from the sequels, and the thing is, it's like, I know the sequels were highly divisive. I love Force Awakens. The Last Jedi, The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker didn't fit with me. It didn't sit well
You'll
with me
get no
because
argument from me.
they didn't sit well with me because of the lack of cohesiveness, and on top of that, you can see that it was all over the place. And then you get to The Last Jedi, The Rise of Skywalker, and it's fan servicing. So I saw that, but when we got The Mandalorian, it reinstated my faith,
I agree.
and it really honestly reinstated my faith, because you got to keep in mind that when we got The Force Awakens, we got a glimmer of hope, because it was like, okay, it was something to say that, okay, cool, it can go somewhere, it can go somewhere, and it can be done well.
Could it though?
It could have, it had the potential to, if it was done correctly, and if they actually had a plan. Then we get Rogue One, masterpiece, one of my favorite films. I loved everything about Rogue One. But then we get those two disasters, in my opinion. I know a lot of people, but it was, in my opinion, the way they did it. All they needed to show me is what they did to Luke, and I was out. I was like, I'm gone. But I understand that there's ways, or they had to tell a story the way they did, and I get that. But Mandalorian reinstated my faith into Star Wars.
What about Solo?
Solo wasn't a bad film. It was, to me, it wasn't a bad film.
I agree with you. I enjoy Solo. It might not be the best movie in the world, but I think people, again, they're already primed to hate it. They didn't look at it for what it was, but it's not a bad movie.
And this is what I'm saying. This is what ruins what ruins a franchise is not okay. What ruined it was not the attempt and the execution. What ruined it was the simple fact that we knew what was going on in the back end.
Yep.
We shouldn't have never known. Look, if social media wasn't as blatantly alive as it is right now, and we didn't know what was going on in the back end, then we would have probably viewed this film from a totally different vantage point. We would have viewed most of them.
I think Eternals is the same way.
Yeah, and it's just the simple fact that we knew what was going on in the back end, and it just tainted the films. That's my biggest problem.
Yeah, I agree, and I think what's really interesting is that everyone thinks they know how Hollywood works. Mm-hmm. Like, everyone's a fucking expert.
Yep.
And I find, I love when I guess I feel like sometimes people tell me about Hollywood, I feel like it must be like when a woman is being mansplained to by a man. Right. I'm like, I've worked in the business for a while. I'm not saying I'm the biggest, most successful dude, but what you're saying is a crock of shite. Right. It's just not good. You don't know what you're talking about, and it's fine.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, when I'm looking at it, I'm so hopeful now for where Star Wars can go. I'm hopeful now because you have people like Dave Filoni. You have people like Jon Favreau, who are fans. That's the thing, is they are fans of the IP.
No, huge.
You have them exactly. And what he did with Mandalorian, bringing other fans in to basically produce. Come on, man. It makes perfectly good sense. And if you have the hands, if you have such an IP like this in the right hands, it can go in a good direction. Deborah Chow, she can do no wrong to me. She can do no wrong.
Well, she did great with The Mandalorian. She did great.
She did a great job. So basically, watching what she's going to do with Obi-Wan, and then seeing her passion behind it, and her wanting to really give the fans an event. She wants to give fans something that they love. And then Ewan McGregor, bro, like, the dude, is he Benjamin Button, bro?
I know. Like, he doesn't age. He looks so good.
Like, he ages backwards, and he still has that swagger. Like, he still has his movement. His training is still there. Like, I cannot wait for this right here. I'm telling you, I'm telling you right now. I am literally telling you, it is going to be a celebration the entire week for me. And when that show it releases, it's going. I'm celebrate. I'll probably live stream every single day up until that week, up until the show, just to let people know my excitement.
As you
Telling
should. I
you.
mean, what did the Ricotta, the lawyer that's always streaming with Gary, he was doing
Ricotta Law.
the yeah, he was streaming live with the Rittenhouse trial. You know,
Yeah.
he had hundreds of thousands of people or something, 10,000 people. I don't
Wow.
know what. A
Wow.
genius idea, but yeah,
Wow.
and you should do exactly that. I mean, to me, the most exciting Star Wars thing coming out. Look, Book of Boba Fett looked great. Can't
Oh, I
wait.
can't wait for that.
But I mean, and also
Obi-Wan.
Mandalorian season 3. But come on, the Obi-Wan
Obi-Wan.
Kenobi series. I
Hell
think
yeah.
even people that hate the prequels, everyone. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say anything bad about Ewan McGregor's portrayal of Obi-Wan
Trail as
Kenobi.
Obi-Wan,
I-
because
I-
basically it was just like a younger version of Sir Alec Guinness.
Yep,
Literally.
I think people like totally like, oh, yeah, what great
Yes.
casting, nailed it.
Yes, nailed it. Like literally nailed it with him to the point where almost you would think him and Alec Guinness were one and the same. Like
Yeah.
literally in certain things, from his inflection, his mannerisms, everything. It was just like, yo, it was brilliantly done. Oh, by the way, Toya just messaged me. She was like, Robert Meyer Burnett, you let me know when, and I am there.
Let's do it this week. I mean, I would say to her, what I would love to have is she probably already has all this, but pictures of her wares, pictures of her stuff.
It's
Oh,
on
yeah.
Facebook.
I take all her pictures for her.
Oh, well then great. I mean,
Yeah.
that would be great if you've got
Yep.
and so I could show it. We should do it this week.
Yeah, I'll
know?
let her know. She's probably watching, so definitely. She said when, and she's there.
No, I
So,
think it'd be
yeah.
great. And
Yep.
because she's an imagination connoisseur too.
Yes, she is.
Yes.
and
she
and,
is.
and the idea of fashion. I mean, look, I'm a Tom. I love Tom Ford, and by the way, he's portrayed. There's an actor playing him in House of Gucci. Tom Ford is a character in a movie, and so I
Exactly.
think fashion. I am the most not fashionista guy, only because I know that if you want to be a fashionista, you have to work out and have a nice physique. I'm an old drunkard. I can't do that now. But I at least, I mean, I recognize, like, I love fashion. I love great
Yeah.
fashion. So
Yeah.
to have, but yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
she would love to do it.
I've gone online and I have seen the Cocoa Tulip line, and it's fantastic.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
everybody should go ahead and check out Cocoa Tulip. It's on Facebook. And maybe, is there a website as well, Leo?
Yeah, the link is actually up. Like, you can. I'll try to put her link in the chat, but yeah, it's there. It's live now. You can actually go on and just peruse all of her stuff. But I'll definitely put the link in the chat so people can check it out.
Now I'll have to ask: is Coco Tulip a female only line, or does she make stuff for dudes?
So what she's doing is, because the jacket. Now she did name the jacket after me, somewhat. But yeah, she's basically dabbling in both.
Okay,
Male
okay.
and female. Yeah, so she's right now she's focused. It's majority of it is going to be female centric,
Of course.
but she's going to be dabbling in on both. Like, you know what I mean? She has like some unisex pieces. So that's where she sits right now. But yes.
Yeah, but I can
she's-
understand. I mean, for me, I just approach it like she's an imagination connoisseur as well. And if
Yeah,
you
she
don't
is.
think that applies to fashion, you're wrong.
Yeah, she's definitely is. So I'll definitely put the link in the chat so everybody can check it out and go on and look at some of her pieces.
Yeah, but it'd be cool to have her on and talk philosophically about
Bro,
where
get
she's
her
coming
on.
from, what she likes, what
get her on and she's ready. Like, seriously, like, she enlightens me about so much.
I mean, let's set it up. I mean, I'm going to be doing the Hollywood half and half every morning at 8, and then Robservations at 2:30 or 3. But I think
She'll be
2:30.
there.
I need to bring it back to a regular schedule.
Yep.
Because people are like, oh, you've only done like one this week. Are you going away?
Yep.
It's not going away. I've just been busy, but now I got to bring it back.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so having guests like your lady would be fantastic.
Yeah. So she would, and I'll actually I'll have her send you a friend's request, and then you both can actually just you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen her. I didn't want to be untoward, so I didn't.
Nah, she would love
I know,
it,
man.
Like,
I'm just saying she's pretty attractive. I mean, yeah. What can I say? I mean, hey,
she would love it. She would.
I've
definitely
made
love it,
movies. Hello. No, guy. I don't want to. But no, it's weird. You don't want
bro.
to.
Yeah.
When you
Yeah,
friend
no,
your
no.
friends' ladies, it gets a little, it could get weird.
Nah.
I mean, it's just like all you have to do is send a friend request, and your lady's like, "Your friend Rob sent me a friend request. What does that mean?" I'm like, and you come back to me. I'm thinking, "Bruh, I don't know,
Nah.
But other people can be like, "That's inappropriate."
Nah,
cool.
She's such a gem. Like she wouldn't. She's definitely like I mean, especially to have those philosophical conversations. Like if you hear some of the stuff, that
Dude,
she
I just want to
says,
sell
man-
her shit. Come on,
Yeah.
let's make Coco Tulip the great brand
Yeah.
of 2022.
Yes, definitely.
If you're not wearing her swag, her merchandise, you're just not the hipster that you think you are.
Yeah. But yeah, but definitely, yeah, I'll tell her. She'll probably hit you up about it. But didn't want to derail because I know everybody wants to have the Star Wars conversation, so we'll get there. But yes, I know you wanted to actually have your say in it. What were you talking? What were you thinking?
Yeah, as I said, Lael and I have been waiting for, it's got to be 3 years
Yes.
for the Obi
Yes.
series, and the story feels untold without having Obi's point of view.
Yeah.
And so, because he had to make these decisions, and from the outside view, it almost looks like he didn't have any control over what was going on. And, there was a lot that he went through that we haven't had explained to us. Although in the novel, I'm sure it elaborates a little bit more. I can't remember which Legends novel it is for Obi, but for, just kind of looking at this character and trying to understand him, we got to understand him a lot more in the Clone Wars. So when we saw that series, it made us even more curiouser about Obi-Wan. And for the most part, Ewan McGregor is who I associate Obi-Wan with now.
Yep, I totally agree with that.
And I think that he brought something special to the character. And at the same time, he's incredibly wise and knowledgeable. And I want to find out a little bit more about what his inner thoughts and desires are, because he can't be completely altruistic. Like this is just like an unrealistic human being, if that was the case. There had to be some sort of struggles in his life other than, let's say, even aside from being a Jedi. So, I want to learn a little bit more about that too. And, of course, everybody wants to know, or everybody's curious about, at some point he finds out what has happened to Anakin and that he's, now we knew he had gone to the dark side, but, that he's in this suit and everything. And, how did that affect Ewan? Obi, did he feel responsible for this? And I'm sure they're going to address a lot of questions like that in this series. And also, I think for the most part that there's a belief that while they were on Tatooine and he's sort of guarding Luke, that there was never a threat to them. But I think that it was a constant threat. And, this might have been one of Obi's hardest assignments, so to speak, is to watch over Luke and somehow make sure that Luke isn't killed somehow.
I agree. I totally agree with you.
Being able to explore that, Lucas would be 9-10 years old while this series is taking place, because it's 10 years before and after the two films. I think that that's also going to be very interesting. Are we going to see, I mean, I don't know if we are, but will we see a young Luke, for the first time?
Wait. Yes.
Yeah.
I will guarantee you they're like this show, it's 6 episodes or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, we will.
What was the Empire like after 10 years? What was the Tatooine underground and underworld like after, at that time period? And so these are a lot of questions that, it looked like he was sort of in exile and in a quiet place, but I have a feeling that there was a lot more going on than what people realize.
No,
and a lot more that he had to deal with. And, I'm eager to see all of that. But we've waited so long for this. I guess maybe 2 years ago, they came out with the announcement. And then a year ago, they came out with the announcement. And it seemed like it was happening. But we finally are seeing, this, and we know it is happening this time. This is a little different.
No, it's done. It's shot. Like, it's great to know.
Post-production, right?
I mean, I do think, like you said, there's so many things we want to know. And the fact that Ewan McGregor comes back, I mean, and
he's smoking hot. So that's.
Okay, well, and if you've ever seen The Pillow Book.
Yes, I have seen The Pillow Book. I own that DVD.
Of course you do, because he's for a white guy.
He's a beautiful man. He's also nude. He's also nude in another film. If you want to see him with Ava Green.
Oh yeah, but when he gets nude, all I do is feel inadequate. There's nothing about that. I mean. My little acorn dick, when I see like him with Eva Green in The Pillow Book, I'm like, wow. I mean, I used to say I'm a grower, not a shower, but my God, watching, I can't even, because amazing. He's not like, it's just, I just appreciate the fact that his Jedi Knight skills go beyond just a lightsaber to any saber he might be carrying with him.
Well, one thing I can say about The Pillow Book, and I haven't watched it recently, but I saw it.
By the way, can I just say, I don't mean that movie. I don't mean to. I just trying to make a joke. The Pillow Book is actually, it's Peter Greenaway. It's legitimately a great auteurist vision. I mean, it's not for everyone. But
no, it's not for everyone. And I saw it like at an art house. I saw it. It was either at the Angelica or someplace downtown New York. Yeah. And, so I knew what I was going into. Like, I knew what I was going to see. It was going to be artsy. But something that I thought was very interesting was that, this is going to be like a major spoiler, but the film's over 20 years old, right? So is it okay to do that?
Yeah, because, and by the people like, wait, what film? What are you talking about? The Pillow Book? What?
The woman in the story, whose name I can't remember, but she did such a wonderful job. This was an incredible acting job she did here. She gets involved with Ewan, who's an artist, right? He's an artist in the film. And somehow their relationship goes sour, and she writes him a letter that says she never wants to see him again. And unfortunately, he ends up killing himself. And I just really was so... I just really, I thought that it was a very profound statement at the time, because it was kind of like before people even started to talk about mental health and things of that nature. And she felt incredibly responsible for what had happened. Of course she wasn't, that wasn't her fault that happened. But, to be honest with you, it made me think twice about how, what you say to people sometimes. I mean, I don't think she did anything wrong. She kind of broke up with him. She says, I don't want to see you anymore. And that happens like in relationships. But the fact that he would kill himself, I thought that actually brought the film to a different level for me. Yeah. And, I wasn't expecting for him to do that. And of course, we do know things like this happen. So, from a plot point of view, there was nothing wrong with it, but it was a lot to swallow, so to speak.
Yes. Absolutely. Hey, you kids, can I ask you for 5 minutes of your time?
Yes, you may.
Sure. I'm gonna. So what I would pose to you, and I would ask you, Lael, as the Star Wars huge fan. Yes. So all the things we saw, a lot of production artwork, a lot of really interesting insights. Yes. We've learned that Hayden Christensen is coming back as Vader. Yeah. Yes. And of course, all the canonistas are going to go fucking crazy. Yes. That, wait a minute, in Star Wars, when I left you, I was but the learner. Now hey, man, you know what? He didn't exactly specify.
He didn't say what time it was.
Yeah, it was when I left you.
It could be flashback. It could be so many things.
This show, it's probably it's 10 years before Star Wars, at least.
Yeah.
So, but there's
Yeah.
always people. I've already heard it like, well, Rob, they're violating canon. I'm like, wait,
No,
it's
nah.
one sentence. You didn't see that shit.
Yeah.
When I
Yeah.
left you, I
And
was
it,
but the learner. What does that mean? We don't know when he left him.
and why wouldn't you want to see it again?
Yeah,
That's the thing, is like, why wouldn't you not want to see another battle between them? And you got to keep in mind that Vader is still in his earlier stages
yeah.
of even learning himself, learning who he is, learning basically, like, look, you're dealing with, a character who has experienced loss, and also is dealing with hatred. His hatred
I
for,
was
you know what I
but the
mean?
learner.
And
Exactly.
now
Now I
I
Now
am the master.
I
am the
No
am the
one
master.
said
master.
when that was.
Exactly.
I mean,
Ah.
there's
Exactly.
a lot of water under the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
So
Are we going
okay,
to hear and I'm sorry to cut you off. Are we going to hear why can't I remember the man's name who voiced Darth
James Earl
Vader, or
Jones.
James Earl Jones.
is it
Of
going to
course.
be
No, it's going to be
okay?
James Earl
Oh no,
Jones.
it's gonna be okay. If you didn't have James Earl Jones, even I would march down to Disney and fire flaming arrows through the windows of executives.
Well, I can't wait to hear some new Vader nuances and comments with James Earl Jones's voice coming back to seduce us.
Mhm.
The
Look,
dark
man,
side.
even now, I mean, I'm upset that Larry Fishburne's not in Matrix Resurrections because,
He's not?
well, I mean, not officially yet.
Okay.
Not
Well, yeah.
officially.
Well, you know what? No, 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 no. When you said that, because when you think of, because the films are so closely related, I thought she was talking about John Wick. No,
Oh,
Matrix.
he's in
Yeah,
John Wick.
he's in John Wick, but
Yeah.
not in the Matrix. Yeah,
No.
it's Yahya Mati. Yeah, I forget his name, how to pronounce it, but he's playing the younger version, I believe,
Yeah,
or the
dude,
youth.
Yaya, all you have to say is, what a cool name. But yes.
Yahya. Yeah,
Yes.
that's gonna be
So
interesting. I can't wait.
as I walk away just for a minute, I would ask the two of you, what do you think that this Obi-Wan series means for the Star Wars franchise? And, I think it's like a 6-episode limited series directed by
Yeah,
Deborah Chow.
yeah.
How do you feel this works for the Star Wars franchise? Is it the right move?
I
And
think it is.
where do you
Yeah,
see it go in the future?
yeah.
Well,
I
to,
cede the
Yeah. Go
floor
ahead.
to you.
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
be
I don't.
to be honest with you, I'm grateful to get it at all. We're very lucky to get it, especially with the delays. But I would have liked to have seen it a few years ago, and I think that might have had a profound effect on the fans. But I'm guessing the reason why it was delayed was because they wanted to focus on the movies that they were coming out with, and if they went ahead with an Obi-Wan series while a movie is in the theater, or they were trying to promote, the sequels, they might have seen that as too much of a competition. This is just my opinion. I don't know if it's true, but
Yeah, yeah,
I think that they probably would think that they were, it wasn't a good move to have two Star Wars features out at the same time, and
yeah,
that I understand. I certainly don't fault them for that.
yeah, yeah.
But I feel that after the Clone Wars, we should have immediately gotten the not after season 7, which we just got, but after they ended the previous season 6.
Mhm.
I would have liked to have seen this series, this live action series happen then. What do you think, Lael?
I'm kind of like, okay, so had we talked about this maybe before the pandemic, and then I would have probably saw that. But I think it's bittersweet right now. Like, it's not bittersweet, but I think it's really good now. And the reason why I say that is because they've set so many different things up. With the entry of a live action version of Ahsoka in The Mandalorian. So now it's going to also address the question, will we actually see Ahsoka in the Obi-Wan series? Because we can. You know what I mean? We can definitely see her in the Obi-Wan series right now. You know what I mean? She could make an appearance, but it just begs so many different questions now about the state of mind that Obi-Wan is in currently right now. Because you got to remember, he's lost so much. The Jedi Order has been disbanded. He's been, tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the son of a chosen one is taken care of. at the same time, he's taken completely out of his element. Now more like a nomad, a hermit. You know what I mean? So when we look at these things, it's like I think that the reason why I think it's okay now is because it's the opportunity to now see how well a story can be written. And also, it gave Deborah Chow a space to breathe. Because the thing is, I don't think, had we seen it before, it wouldn't have had her influence. And I think she's the right person for this show. I think basically now we're going to see, with us basically, because you got to, figure that also, they're going to take cues from, people like Dave Filoni, take cues from people like, John Favreau, and be able to sit down because she was already had her directorial debut in the Star Wars universe with the Mandalorian. So now she's more
And she knocked it
conditioned,
out of the park.
and she nailed it. So now she's more conditioned, and you have an individual who really understands the lore now, and on top of that, dealing with the Obi-Wan franchise and the IP. I think it's no time like the present right now. It's the perfect time to really tell a good story because I don't think it would have been fleshed out had it been done earlier, to be quite honest, because it was so much going on at that time. If they would have rushed it, we'd have probably gotten something completely different and it would not have been the same attraction to it. That's my opinion on it, though.
And what do you think?
Well, I gave my opinion while you
Oh,
were
you did.
away.
I missed you. I missed
Yeah.
that. Well, let me opine then on my. Let me just say I have to back up. Lael, I caught the end of that. I would say that, Deborah Chow, a filmmaker that proved herself on The Mandalorian, multiple episodes. There's a reason why they gave her the show,
Yeah.
and I think that I find it amazing that we live in a world that we're getting an Obi-Wan 6-episode limited series.
Yeah.
I never thought that would ever happen.
Yeah.
And look, I hate the Disney sequel trilogy. I hate it. I mean, I hate it. I'm not a fan of J.J. Abrams, and
Yeah.
there's things in it that I liked. I mean, I'm one of those people that thought that Luke's arc in The Last Jedi wasn't a bad thing. I just thought it was poorly handled.
Poorly executed.
The idea of it was very interesting, but the problem is, I always say to the kids, if you're a kid, imagine imagine your son or daughter is born. It's 2021, and by 2026 or 7, you finally get to Star Wars. Maybe in the virtual world, it's amazing someone wants to watch something two-dimensionally. But you finally convince your kids to watch Star Wars. And the way it's done now, you have to start with episode 1. I know. But so you watch them in order. And you finish Return of the Jedi, and you're like, well, kids, the next episode is The Force Awakens. And any kid, whether you're 5 or 10 or 15, they're going to ask themselves the same question. How is it that the galaxy is turned to shit after Return of the Jedi? Like, we just watched the Emperor depose and the forces of good, and then we go to the next movie, and there's some First Order, some faux empire, and they've built a faux Death Star that destroys. Like, it makes our characters stupid.
Yeah.
And the entire prequel trilogy is based on the fact that our trilogy, our legacy characters, are just dumb.
Yeah.
And then we're supposed to believe that, like, look, God bless Rey and all that, but come on, man. You fly the Millennium Falcon like you're magic. And you've never been in it before. I can't buy into that. I don't. It just doesn't work. And that, to me, is a fundamental problem from a business perspective. It's like, how do you recover from that?
Yeah.
Like, you ask yourself, Star Wars was one of the great franchises ever because it was all explained to you. And then you have people come in and they have to make this movie, The Force Awakens, and they write it and none of it makes any sense. It feels like it's being, well, here's our notes from this department, and here's our notes from this department. It's like, no, man, I'm J.J. Abrams. I'm an auteur. Well, is he? I've seen 4 science fiction films he made, and I never want to see another. And I bear him no ill will, but I'm like, Star Trek '09, Star Trek Into Darkness, Star Wars The Force Awakens, Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker, and the monster movie you made, that Super 8. I'm like, bruh. This oeuvre of films is the most derivative, nonsensical. I spent 2 seconds thinking about this movie. I never went into the edit bay and let my ladies do it. They're so bad. And I'm like, you're out of your mind. How do you have a villain that goes back in time 90 years? He's angry because his home world blew up because of a supernova. And you go back in time and you don't go home to warn your fellow countrymen to say, hey, in 90 years, this shit's going to happen. And if you don't believe me, look at my amazing future tech ship. Nope. In that movie, he's like, I'm going to go blow up Vulcan for something that hasn't happened yet. I hate those movies. I hate J.J. Abrams of film. And I feel that Star Wars was the same way. The Star Wars sequel trilogy, and we all know it. We might like the iconography, but all of us know that was 3 very bad movies.
Yeah,
you might not like the prequels, and admittedly, it's stilted in the way they shot it with virtual sets. It is.
But it was still cohesive.
But it was still much more compelling than the nonsense that is the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, exactly.
And it is nonsense.
That's the thing. But I'm just hoping that now we're on the right track. I'm hoping that now, hopefully, with the delay of the Patty Jenkins film, the speculation that we might actually see a close.
By the way, I heard a rumor. I heard that script was terrible. The reason it was put on hold was that script that they turned in was really bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. So that says a lot.
Which also makes me, I'm like, did you guys not read the Rogue Squadron novels?
Did you not play the game?
It's all great. It's all there.
It's right there.
It's all there, man. And you own it. Those novels are incredible.
Makes no sense.
Oh, well.
Makes no sense. But here's to the future, and hopefully we'll get a good one.
Stub McShave says, I think one of the reasons that Harry Belafonte sang in the 1959 movie is that Elvis starred and sang in 4 very successful movies between 1956 and 1958. I think, Stubble, that's very astute. I think absolutely that's probably why he did it. A black man in America in the early 60s, he had to take the fights he got and make them stick. And I think he probably did. He sang that song because he's like, fuck all y'all. This you couldn't sell this without me. So, he did it. He got paid and all that. But that's actually a good question. If I ever met him, I would ask him that very question. So. Well, kids, it's now 4 a.m, which means it's 7 for you.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
I want to ask you both, have you said your piece regarding the Marvel Cinematic Universe and Star Wars as we have seen it announced today on Disney Plus Day?
Yes.
I have. Yes. Thank you, Robert. And thank you, Leo.
Here's to the future. Here's to the future, and I can't wait for the content.
Well, I have to say, these shows are great. I love that we're this regular Friday night crowd. Let me just make sure everyone knows. First of all, Lael, where can people find you on social media?
You can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, as well as by same name on Twitter and Instagram. Mondays we do comic book talk with friends. So you can actually get a plethora of information on Mondays. Sure. Wednesdays is all figure talk. So we talk about 1/6 Scale collectibles.
No.
You already know. Love it. And every other Thursday, we have the Uncivilized
Yes.
Scoundrel Show, where it's
Yes.
me, Mario, and and
Mhm.
that's Mario from Collecting Weekly, where we actually sit back and talk about any and everything Star Wars related. So yeah, check out the channel. Hopefully we can, well, we always have Rob. We get Rob on collecting when we talk about figures, but also I want to get him on Uncivilized Scoundrels because telling you a plethora of knowledge about it. So we got
I'm gonna
Richie there
I'm
as
gonna
well.
bust out my script for the Lee Brackett's fourth draft Empire Strikes Back script, which I actually
Let's
have an
go.
original.
Let's go. I would love that. But yeah, you can actually find us on there. Currently, right now, we are basically running a giveaway for the month.
Mm.
It's a good cause. The giveaway is it's called Goodwill Thanksgiving giveaway. So what it is basically, if you can actually see the video is right now up on the YouTube channel as well. All you have to do is subscribe to Collector Zone Cantina. Me and my man Marcos got together. We kind of partnered on this to get this
Mm.
going. So you have to, sign up for Collector's Own Cantina, also the 16 Scale Man YouTube channel and on Instagram. And all you have to do is when you sign up on the Collector's Own Cantina, you just have to tell a story about some goodwill that you might have actually done to be your fellow man, relative, and just mainly the community. And you have a chance to basically win a sideshow Superman bust. So that is up for giveaway right now. But yep, that's where you can actually check me out. So yeah, it's the 16 Scale Man YouTube channel as well as on Instagram. So hope to see you soon.
Where can people find you on social
Well,
media?
um, you can find me on the Burnettwork as always.
No. Thank God, by the way. Thank God. Here's to you,
hopefully,
my dear.
say right back at you, Robert. Hopefully, some of the videos that I'm sending to you, I have more videos to send to you, Robert, for PGS All Stars and PGS reviews will be
I'm
coming
going to put
out.
them all up this weekend. All of them. Everything. It's been too
All right,
long.
Robert. I'm gonna be looking for them, Robert.
I know. They're all going up now.
I just started my new channel, Positive Fandom, on YouTube, where I'm already starting to review the Wheel of Time series with Stubble and Shave. And we're going to be doing a video that I think is going to be coming out tomorrow. And you can find me occasionally on Monday nights on Midnight's Edge's show, Toxic Femininity. You can also find me on Thursdays at 5 o'clock streaming with Lorena Creole.
Oh, I love her.
And yes, she's fantastic. And you can also find me, as Lael mentioned already, on the 16 Scale Man Network with Uncivilized Scoundrels, talking about Star Wars every week or every other week, or as the schedule allows. And on Fridays, you might start to see me I was on Midnight's Edge the past 2 Fridays, and I'm guessing I might be on Midnight's Edge this upcoming Friday from 12 to 3. And of course, here on Midnight Metal.
Wait, hang on. Wait. Let me get it's not quite, but this is from Jonathan Butcher in San Francisco. Come on. Yeah. Thanks for sending this to me. I mean, it was great. What's really funny about this, though, is I look at all of the weird, like, 6 scale things I've bought that are on my shelf of 7 Samurai figures. And it's like, I look at this stuff and I forget, like, here's a pair of glasses. I don't want, if I open it up, I don't, why is it not opening? I don't want to, when you pop open stuff like this, you don't want to, okay. Oh, there, I opened it up. There it is. So this is, I think these were glasses I got for Bruce Banner. So this is,
wow.
So here are 6 scale. Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Let me put this down.
How clever.
I know with the blue. Can you see with the blue?
Yeah.
Wait, you can't. Oh, there you go.
Tint,
Look
with the blue tint.
with the blue tint.
I love
Look at
it.
that. Look at that.
Love it.
You know. What's weird is that I bought a pair of 6 and had them sent from a faraway land. But that's what we do. That's what we do on this show.
Yes.
And now I'm going to put this back. And by the way, I have to give it up for my Chinese brethren. They're very clever people. And the fact that here's how I received it. Packed very, very well. I mean,
Yes.
my God.
It has its own case.
Its own case. I mean, so many things. I've just found my dice for my Millennium Falcon cockpit. So anyway, this is a 6-scale conversation we'll save for later.
Yes.
So I would like to ask you both, thank you, or ask you, you've told me where we can find you, and you're going to come back here, and I would ask you both, can you give us some sage-like advice for the people watching or who might watch this show later? How do we cope, man? Give me like a 1-sentence thing about how do you get through the day. And I'm gonna put you. You're on the spot. Give us some wise pearls.
Help others, and try and find satisfaction in that. If you can bring others joy, it'll bring joy to you. It'll come back to you, and be kind.
Yeah.
Lael, I mean, obviously you're working on a lot of different things. The same question: how do you keep going? I mean, you've got for someone who damaged their hand as much as you did, you have never dropped a smile. You've never been less than enthusiastic. How the hell do you do it, man?
Man, listen, good people around you, patience, prayer, persistence, 3 Ps. I always actually say that, so you got to actually have belief in what you do. And, again, stay consistent, surround yourself around, amazing people, and people that support you and believe in everything that you do, and you could be successful. Definitely. That's what you would have done.
Words of wisdom. Well, I want to thank both Lael Rockwell and 1/6 Scale Man, and where once again, the name of your channel?
The name of my channel is called Positive Fandom.
Thank God. I want to thank you both for being here on Midnight Metal, episode number 62. This Fakakta show is 62 episodes long. My God. I want to thank you both for being here. Thank you both for being regulars. You're good friends. You're good companions. You're great on-camera talent. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to thank all the viewers tomorrow. Hopefully Dave Parker will be on Midnight Metal tomorrow. You never know. But really, and then of course we will have the Hollywood Half and Half on Monday morning at 8 a.m. So watch that. That'll be fun.
Looking forward to that.
That'll be fun. And I want to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank my co-hosts. This is the way to spend, 4 hours and 15 minutes. All right, kids, I will say to you and say to everyone, first of all, thank you to the moderating staff of this channel. I want to thank, I think Darren Seeley has been the man with the wrench. Thank you for being here. I want to thank all viewers who donate to the channel via Super Chats and tips. Thank you so very much. And people that become members, thank you also. What can I say? I mean, my God, it means the world to me, and we all go on.
And I think Twin Flicks was here earlier.
Oh, Twin Flicks was here earlier. Well, thank you, Twin Flicks. They're great people, great filmmakers themselves. So that was great that they were here. And as all of you know, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I would say to all of you, well, I can say it now because it is late. Have a better day.